Chapter 160. Since it could be called the sex treasure trove, there were many opportunities hidden inside. Even if it couldn't be said to be everywhere, it was enough to dazzle many disciples. Perhaps only Yen Chutian and Mu Wan could remain calm, because they had seen such a scene in the heaven realm before, and it was even more shocking than this. Passing through the blue light screens, Yen Chutian even activated her spiritual eye to search for the source of the light. However, after nearly half a day, he still couldn't find any trace of the dragon blood liquid. This made Yen Chutian feel very helpless. Could it be that this dragon blood liquid was destined to be fated with him? However, there was still half a day left, and he wasn't prepared to give up until the last moment. This was because the dragon blood liquid was too important to him. As long as he could start cultivating the mysterious yang qi, how could any heavenly material or earthly treasure compare to its value? While Yen Chutian was stubbornly searching, Luo Shui and the others were also searching around the quiet treasure trove. Even though half a day had passed, they still didn't make a decision easily. After all, no matter who it was, they would always think of a way to obtain what they needed the most or the most precious. But of course, there was still a special case among these people, and that was Mu Wan. She didn't know that Yen Chutian's words had deeply engraved the dragon blood liquid in her heart. At this time, Mu Wan didn't have any other thoughts in her mind. She only wanted to find the dragon blood liquid that Yen Chutian needed. A day seemed to be extremely long, but in fact it was extremely short. A short 24 hours passed in the time it took to breathe. When the sex treasure trove was about to close, even the holy sons who had entered the sex treasure trove were still dissatisfied with what they had found. They all began to try to break through the light screen and seize the opportunity. Very soon, a holy son was teleported out from the entrance of the treasure trove. Seeing this, all the elders tacitly did not ask any further, because what kind of opportunity they obtained was a secret that belonged to every cultivator. Even if they were elders, it was not appropriate for them to ask too much. The closer it got to the closing time, the more disciples were teleported out of the treasury. Not long after, even Luo Shui, Su Jian and the rest were teleported out. There were only 2 people left in the treasury, Yen Chutian and Mu Wan. Raising his head and looking around, Su Jian discovered that Yen Chutian and Mu Wan had yet to appear. He couldn't help but smile coldly. As far as he was concerned, it was none other than the 2 of them being distracted by the rare treasures within the sex treasure vault, and they probably couldn't decide what to choose, right? Among the top 10 holy sons, there were people like Su Jian who were hostile towards Yen Chutian, but not all of the elders were iron bucket. At this moment, standing beside the heavenly mountain elder, the tall and skinny old man with snow-white eyebrows that dragged down to his shoulders slowly said, "The closing time of the treasure trove is nearing the end. If you continue to hesitate and not make a choice, you are destined to return empty-handed." Although the long-browed old man did not mention any names, anyone could tell who he was talking about. It was none other than Yen Chutian and Mu Wan, who were still in the treasure trove. The long-browed old man's words clearly angered Han Chun, causing him to snort angrily and reply coldly, "Then there's no need to trouble Elder Chu to worry." When the long-browed old man, Elder Chu, heard this, he naturally did not say anything else. He just put on a look of watching a good show. In the past, he was still afraid of Han Chun. However, this time, after disappearing for 100 years, the other party had only left behind a Yuanying. He no longer had the slightest bit of fear. At the same time, Yen Chutian, who was in the depths of the treasure trove, was also frowning. His forehead was already covered in sweat. Even though he had tried his best to search, he still had not found any trace of the blood dragon liquid. This made him wonder if there was no blood dragon liquid in the sex treasure trove at all. However, he still did not want to give up, so he gritted his teeth and persevered for a while. However, after a while, he still could not find the blood dragon liquid. Yen Chutian could only give up on the idea of searching for it. He had no choice but to give up. Otherwise, he would have to return empty-handed from this trip to the sex treasure trove. Following which, he searched the surroundings briefly and soon, a sparkling and translucent soft whip entered his eyes. This was a spirit weapon of a high grade. Even through the light screen, he could sense the toughness contained within it. Although such a spirit weapon was not suitable for him, it made Yen Chutian think of another person, and that was Mu Wan. Yen Chutian remembered clearly that Mu Wan did not have any suitable spirit weapon. Now, it seemed that this soft whip was just right. He was not a hesitant person. With this thought, he immediately made up his mind and began to break through the light screen to seize the soft whip. Although the protective light screen was related to the item hidden inside, and the more precious the item, the stronger the light screen would be. However, this light screen was ultimately unable to stop Yen Chutian. After it was broken, the soft whip fell into his hand. After obtaining such a spirit weapon, Yen Chutian could clearly feel that the surrounding space seemed to reject him a lot. There was no need to think about obtaining any other opportunities. It was likely that it would be difficult for him to continue. Therefore, Yen Chutian was very obedient to the repulsive force, allowing it to wrap around him and send him out of this space. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but when Yen Chutian was pushed out of this space, a delicate figure somewhere was also the same. The two of them appeared one after another from the entrance of the treasure trove and landed in front of everyone. Seeing that the two of them finally came out of the sex treasure trove, Han Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. It was good that they came out early. This proved that the two of them did not return empty-handed. Similarly, seeing the two of them walk out, Su Jian's face was slightly gloomy. Clearly, he was very dissatisfied with this scene. In his opinion, it was naturally better to see the two of them being pushed out of the closed sex treasure trove. Yen Chutian also did not expect that Mu Wan would come out with him, and whispered in surprise. Hearing this, Mu Wan looked back with her beautiful eyes and gave him a sweet smile. Then, as if thinking of something, she hurriedly asked, "Did you find the dragon blood liquid?" Hearing the three words dragon blood liquid, Yen Chutian's joy disappeared. Seeing this, Mu Wan did not need him to say anything and knew the result. But in this regard, Mu Wan's charming smile grew even wider. Then, she suddenly took out a small jade bottle and handed it to Yen Chutian. "Here, this should be the dragon blood liquid you want." It was a simple sentence, but it shocked Yen Chutian. Then, he looked at the small jade bottle in his hand in disbelief. He had tried so hard to find the dragon blood liquid, but Mu Wan had already found it for him? Yen Chutian carefully opened the jade bottle. The moment he opened it, a lifelike mini blood-colored dragon head poked out, as if it wanted to escape. But how could Yen Chutian let it succeed? He immediately closed it back into the jade bottle. And this short scene allowed Yen Chutian to know what was inside the jade bottle. This was the dragon blood liquid. And only the extremely high-quality dragon blood liquid could condense the shape of a dragon. After knowing this, even Yen Chutian could not suppress the ecstasy in his heart. He pulled Mu Wan into his arms and hugged her tightly. This sudden situation immediately caused Mu Wan's face to turn pink. Especially when she thought about how there were so many pairs of eyes staring at her, she became even more embarrassed. Why is this guy so impulsive? Doesn't he know how to restrain himself a little? But this feeling is really reassuring. When Yen Chutian finally regained his senses, it was already several breaths later. When he released Mu Wan, he had an awkward expression. But no matter what, he was still someone who had experienced great storms. His face did not turn red, and his heart did not skip a beat. He respectfully thanked Mu Wan. Seeing this, Mu Wan was even more embarrassed. What was she supposed to do with Yen Chutian's reaction? Fortunately, at the critical moment, Han Chen dryly coughed and stepped in to smooth things over. And with Han Chen's intervention, the surrounding gazes, whether or not they had long ignored them, faded away. Then, the sex treasury was sealed, and Yen Chutian and the other top-notch chosens were dismissed. But everyone knew that the dismissal was only temporary, because the Heavenly Secrets meet was about to take over. At that time, the 10 of them would represent the southern region and compete with the top 10 chosens of the northern region. Fortunately, the Heavenly Secrets meet was not held immediately. There was still more than half a month's time, and this was their last chance to prepare. On the way back to the cave, Yen Chutian handed the soft whip to Mu Wan. And as expected, Mu Wan was overjoyed to receive the spirit weapon. But Yen Chutian probably did not know that Mu Wan did not care about the spirit weapon, but who gave it to her. Chapter 161. With the dragon blood liquid in hand, the preparation for the mysterious Yang Qi condensation was half done. Next, Yen Chutian needed to face the spirit sea sand that gave him a headache. Perhaps the spirit sea sand was the thing that really made him clueless. After all, he knew about the existence of the dragon blood liquid, but he had never heard of the spirit sea sand and did not know who had it. After thinking about it, Yen Chutian had a headache. Although there was still more than half a month, if he did not find the spirit sea sand as soon as possible, how could he have enough time to cultivate the mysterious Yang Qi condensation? Just as Yen Chutian was having a headache, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in his cave. The middle-aged man appeared silently like a ghost. Even Yen Chutian's spiritual eye did not detect him. This was not because Yen Chutian's spiritual eye had lost its effectiveness, but because the gap between the two was too big. It was so big that the spiritual eye could not capture his figure. This middle-aged man was naturally the influential figure in the entire Tianji sect. Even Han Chun and Luo Qingyi could not be compared to him. He was Yin Yang Master. Yin Yang Master's sudden appearance made Yen Chutian, who was aware of it, immediately withdraw his thoughts and temporarily put all his thoughts aside. Then, his gaze slowly locked onto the former. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "What brings Saint Master to visit so late at night?" Hearing this, Yin Yang Master did not speak. Instead, he gently raised his hand. As he raised his hand, an inexplicable qi spread out. In a few breaths, it shrouded the entire cave and sealed all the aura. Of course, this could only be detected from the inside. If one looked from the outside, they would only feel that everything was normal and there was nothing strange. This was not the first time Yen Chutian felt this kind of power. This was the power of qi that only Yuanian cultivators could master. Once it was used, it could seal the sky and lock the earth. It was simply omnipotent. After sealing Yen Chutian's cave and isolating it from all contact with the outside world, Yin Yang Master finally said, "I have found the time I need, but before that, I need you to get something for me." "Retrieve an item?" Yen Chutian frowned. It seemed that this Yin Yang Master was treating him as a coolie. Seeing Yen Chutian frown, Yin Yang Master naturally knew what he was thinking. He continued, "That guy in the northern region has been watching my every move. If I go, he will be wary. Moreover, this saint teacher won't let you go for nothing this time. But, no buts. This will only take you 3 days at most. After 3 days, you will still have time to prepare for the next opportunity." Yin Yang Master's tone was unyielding. Yen Chutian did not doubt that if he did not agree, this guy would turn hostile. However, he wasn't a persimmon that was easy to bully. Immediately, he replied coldly, "Of course I can agree to the saint teacher's request. I wonder if the saint teacher can give me some spirit sea sand? This disciple needs some for his cultivation." Yin Yang Master hesitated for a moment before nodding under Yen Chutian's incredulous gaze. "Sure." At this moment, Yen Chutian, who was originally unhappy, was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that the spirit sea sand that he had painstakingly searched for would be in Yin Yang Master's hands. This was really, phew. Secretly taking a deep breath, Yen Chutian quickly calmed himself down. No matter what, he couldn't let the other party see anything strange about him. Otherwise, this spirit sea sand that he had painstakingly found would be gone. After calming himself down, Yen Chutian asked Yin-Yang Master indifferently. His face was still somewhat unhappy. Saint Teacher, what exactly do you want me to retrieve, and where is it? Spirit dispersing goo. Spirit dispersing goo? Yen Chutian had never heard of this term before. Naturally, he was confused. However, Yin-Yang Master clearly had no intention of explaining. He raised his hand and grabbed a jade slip. Using his spiritual power, he controlled it to float in front of Yen Chutian. You don't need to know anything else. This is a mission jade slip. Tomorrow, you will set out and go to the mission location indicated in the jade slip. There is the spirit dispersing goo there. And what you need to do is to bring back the spirit dispersing goo for this Saint Teacher. Yin-Yang Master's words were overbearing. He didn't give Yen Chutian any chance to refute. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left the cave. Looking in the direction where Yin-Yang Master disappeared, Yen Chutian, who was holding the jade slip in his hand, couldn't help but curl his lips. This is really mysterious. However, even if he didn't tell me personally, wouldn't I know through this jade slip? After Yin-Yang Master left, the sealed aura also quickly dissipated. Yen Chutian sat cross-legged in the depths of the cave. He poured his spiritual power into the jade slip and read the contents recorded in the jade slip. The next morning, after Yen Chutian left a message at the entrance of Mu Wan's cave, he rushed to the entrance of the southern mountain range alone to wait. This mission didn't belong to him alone. There was another disciple who also accepted this mission. After waiting for about an hour, a small and delicate figure walked over from afar. Yen Chutian, who seemed to have sensed something, looked over. He couldn't help but be speechless because the small and delicate figure walking over was actually Loring. When Loring saw Yen Chutian, she was extremely pleasantly surprised. Obviously, she didn't expect that the other person who received the mission would actually be Yen Chutian. However, even if she was pleasantly surprised, Loring forced herself to restrain herself. She continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. When she approached Yen Chutian, she pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Why did you also accept this mission?" Loring could be considered an old acquaintance. Yen Chutian always had a good impression of her, so when he heard this, he smiled helplessly and said, "Don't pretend. Let's go. Although that place isn't far, it isn't close either." "I'm not pretending," Loring argued in a low voice, but there was no confidence in her words. As she spoke, her voice lowered. Then, she could only obediently follow behind Yen Chutian and walk out of the southern mountain range together. Blackwater Ridge. It's suspected that a spirit beast has appeared and injured people. Following behind Yen Chutian, Loring was well behaved at first. However, once they left the southern mountain range and saw the surrounding scene, she became restless. She grabbed her jade slip and said with her red lips, "It actually dares to act violently in front of our Tianji sect. This spirit beast is really tired of living." Yen Chutian was expressionless. This mission was just a cover for him. His goal was the spirit-dispersing goo in the Blackwater Ridge. However, the jade slip that Yin-Yang Master gave him didn't introduce too much information. It only roughly said that the spirit-dispersing goo was in the Blackwater Ridge. It seemed that it would take a lot of effort to find the spirit-dispersing goo. However, Yin-Yang Master had the spirit sea sand in his hands, so he was determined to do this hard work no matter what. After about half a day's journey, the two appeared one after another outside the Blackwater Ridge. Looking around, a dark forest appeared in front of them. The trees were dark and even the leaves were black. Under these black trees there seemed to be a black swamp. No wonder it was called the Blackwater Ridge. "This is the Blackwater Ridge?" Loring's beautiful eyes kept looking around with curiosity. Her beautiful big eyes were full of intelligence. After looking around, she naturally noticed some hidden houses on the other side of the Black Forest. Presumably, those people were attacked by the spirit beasts in the Blackwater Ridge. "Let's go there." Yen Chutian spoke again. After he spoke, Loring became well-behaved again. She followed beside him and obediently walked to the low hidden buildings. However, after walking for less than 100 feet, there was a sudden commotion in the black forest. The two of them looked over and saw a giant beast with a pitch-black body surging out of the black water. It opened its bloody mouth, and its sharp teeth gleamed with a cold light. At the same time, there was a scream of horror from the low building. It seemed to belong to a little girl. Seeing this, Yen Chutian and Loring couldn't help but burst out and went straight to the giant black beast. Yen Chutian's spiritual power gathered in his hand. It turned into a giant spiritual power hand and smashed down toward the giant beast. Bang! The giant spiritual power hand smashed down and smashed on the giant beast's head. However, this giant beast was obviously not to be trifled with. Although this hit knocked it back, it didn't do anything to it. Its huge body was entrenched in the black water, and only its head was exposed, staring at the two people who suddenly appeared. Chapter 162. Yen Chutian and Loring did not act rashly as the giant black beast did not move. After a short battle, they had already sensed that this giant beast was most likely at level 4 elixir, which was equivalent to a top-notch saint. Even Yen Chutian, who could be considered a top-notch saint, would find it extremely difficult to deal with such a beast. But now there were not only the two of them, but there was also a village-like existence nearby. His gaze shifted slightly, and he saw a little girl in cotton clothes shivering inside a collapsed house. She used her slender hands to cover her eyes. Clearly, she thought that death had come for her just a moment ago. If they were to fight with the giant beast, even Yen Chutian did not have the slightest confidence in protecting this little girl. Hiss! The giant beast's snake-like tongue flickered incessantly, and its white eyes narrowed slightly as it stared at Yen Chutian and Loring, as if it could pounce at any time. But after staring for a long time, the giant beast did not attack rashly. Instead, it gradually sank its huge head into the black water and swam along the black water, hiding in the black forest. Seeing that the giant black beast had left, Yen Chutian and Loring both heaved a sigh of relief. Especially Loring. Her strength was still too weak for a top-notch saint, so she was even less confident. She even felt that if Yen Chutian was not around, she would definitely be in trouble if she were to face that giant black beast alone. Fortunately, the giant beast had left, and there was no longer any oppressive aura. Immediately after, Loring naturally thought of that little girl. Her delicate body flashed and rushed into the dilapidated house. At that moment, that little girl was still curled up, and her thin body was trembling incessantly. Clearly, she was still afraid, and her mind was filled with the appearance of that ferocious giant beast. However, she soon heard a soft voice calling out to her. When she raised her face that was covered in mud, a fairy-like beautiful face entered her eyes. Why did she say fairy-like? Because in her eyes, only fairy-like people could have such a beautiful face. Sister. Sister Fairy? Hearing this, Loring was slightly startled, but she quickly recovered and smiled sweetly at the little girl. Then she caressed the little girl's dirty head with her hand and said softly, "Big Sister is not a fairy, but don't worry, as long as Big Sister is here, that monster can no longer hurt you." Yes. The little girl nodded heavily. However, as she nodded, tears flowed out from her exquisite eyes that seemed to contain a starry sky. Her sorrowful appearance was extremely heart-wrenching. After half a day, Loring finally appeased the little girl. At the same time, she also obtained some information from the little girl. Ever since the sudden appearance of the giant beast, the villages around Blackwater Ridge had all met with misfortune. The little girl's family had all died at the hands of the giant beast, leaving only the little girl to escape with the villagers who were lucky enough to survive. It was just that perhaps she was really reluctant to leave the village, her home, or the pain of loneliness and helplessness. The little girl secretly returned to the village alone. What followed was the scene that the two of them had just seen. Hearing this, Yen Chutian felt a little distressed. At the same time, He also felt a little sympathetic, because this was very similar to his childhood experience in the heaven realm. It was just that since he had consciousness, he had already become a person who climbed up and rolled on the ground, doing everything he could to survive at the bottom. Therefore, Yen Chutian couldn't help but hate the giant black beast. He felt that maybe it was because of a similar thing that his family was destroyed, leaving only him in his infancy to live. Therefore, whether it was to complete the task or to eliminate the interference of searching for the spirit scattering goo, Yen Chutian had already decided to get rid of the evil spirit beast. However, he also understood that if he wanted to get rid of the spirit beast with such cultivation, he had to plan carefully. If he was not prepared enough, the spirit beast would escape, and it might even threaten his life. If that was the case, the situation would not be good. Seeing that Yen Chutian seemed to be deep in thought, Loring didn't even need to ask to know that he should be thinking about how to deal with the ferocious spirit beast. Just like Yen Chutian, she also hated the spirit beast. It stirred up trouble in the Blackwater Ridge. She really didn't know how many lives it had killed, and how many families like the little girl in front of her had been destroyed. Therefore, she immediately gritted her teeth and said, "Yen Chu, why don't we join forces to enter the Blackwater Ridge to search, find the ferocious spirit beast, and kill it?" Hearing this, Yen Chutian gently shook his head. It was not that he refused to kill the evil spirit beast, but he had already thought of an excellent way to kill it. Since it was a spirit beast, it was naturally extremely sensitive to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In addition, the spirit beast seemed to have just broken through to the 4th level of the elixir, and the spiritual energy around it was slightly lacking. This was an opportunity to deal with it. With a plan in mind, Yen Chutian gently reached out his hand and gestured to Loring. When she took a step forward in confusion, he whispered into her ear and told her the plan one by one. At first, Loring was still blushing because of Yen Chutian's sudden intimate action. However, when the other party told her the plan one by one, it made her put away her unnecessary thoughts. After listening to the plan clearly, the smile on her delicate face became even wider. "All right, we'll do as you say. Tell me, what do you need this lady to do?" When I fight with the spirit beast, just take care of the little girl." After some commotion, half a day quietly passed. Unknowingly, in an unknown small mountain stream on the other side of the Blackwater Ridge, a dense amount of spiritual energy suddenly spread out. Looking over, he saw a small jade bottle quietly lying in the messy mud. At this moment, the bottle was opened, and a pill that seemed to be shining with starlight was very eye-catching. The dense spiritual energy was also spreading out from it. If a cultivator with good eyesight was here, he would definitely recognize that this was a star source pill. However, in this dark mountain stream, how could such a precious pill be lost? The dense spiritual energy continued to spread, and this dense spiritual energy naturally could not be hidden from a certain huge body deep in the Black Forest. To it, this dense spiritual energy was as tempting and sweet as honey, and could not be ignored. However, this huge body did not act rashly in the end. Its huge body did not move at all, as if it did not feel the dense spiritual energy. However, there was a limit to its patience. When night fell, this huge body secretly passed through the black water, quickly heading towards the source of the spiritual energy. Walala! A huge and ferocious head suddenly poked out from under the black water, and 2 beams of light shot out from its white eyes, directly locking onto the jade bottle in the mountain stream. Even though it did not know what it was, it instinctively knew that it was something extremely useful to it. Therefore, its ferocious and ugly face immediately revealed a human-like look of greed. However, seemingly out of caution, the giant beast did not act rashly. It watched from afar and secretly spread its perception, searching for other powerful auras in the surroundings. After finding nothing, the giant beast finally could not suppress the greed in its heart and immediately pounced out, heading straight for the star source pill. However, when it landed in the mountain stream, a figure that had been hiding in the dark for a long time suddenly appeared. After glancing at the giant beast, he immediately made a hand seal, activating the huge formation that he had spent half a day meticulously setting up. Tai Heaven Sealing Formation, activate! Rumble! A rumbling sound rang out and the entire earth shook. Around the mountain stream, beams of spiritual energy shot up into the sky, extremely dazzling, and trapped the giant beast. At the same time, the open jade bottle in the muddy mountain stream had disappeared along with the star source pill, causing the giant beast to pounce on empty air. Under such circumstances, how could the ferocious giant beast not understand that it had been tricked? In the next moment, the giant beast's white eyes locked onto the figure outside the light beams. How could it, who had unlocked its intelligence, not understand that it was this person who had set up this trap to lure it here? Moreover, after a few glances, it could also see that this figure was the human who had ruined its plans during the day. Hiss! The giant beast's snake-like sharp tongue slowly flickered, and its long narrow eyes were piercingly cold. It seemed that even if it was separated by the formation, it would still attack the person outside. At the same time, the person standing outside the formation revealed his face. It was Yen Chutian. It was not difficult to understand that the star source pill was the bait that Yen Chutian had specially set up to lure the giant beast into his Tai Heaven Sealing Formation. Chapter 163. Looking at the huge black beast that was obviously infuriated, the corner of Yen Chutian's mouth slightly curled into a sneer. Then, he formed a seal with his hands, and the majestic spiritual energy condensed into a hand seal that merged into the formation. As the hand seal merged, the already majestic formation rumbled even more. A ray of golden light slowly appeared on the light screen on the side of the formation. It was the light of Tai, and it was also the special power of the Tai Heaven Sealing Formation. It was rumored that there was once a top formation master who laid down this Tai Heaven Sealing Formation. Endless light of Tai soared into the sky, covering the sky as if it could seal the sky. That was why it was called Heaven Sealing Formation. But of course, it was impossible for Yen Chutian now or when he was in the heaven realm to display such amazing power. However, he was not facing the heavens, but only a fourth-level elixir spiritual beast in front of him. Against such an existence, his carefully prepared Tai Heaven Sealing Formation would not show any weakness. A wisp of the light of Tai slowly appeared. It seemed to be invisible, but when its tail shook slightly, an incomparably sharp will immediately spread out. Then, this wisp of golden light, like a golden arrow, shot explosively towards the giant dark beast. As the light of Tai approached, the giant black beast naturally sensed the terrifying power contained within it. Hence, how could it allow its body to withstand the attack? Instead, it spat out black gas from its mouth. The dense gas gathered and condensed into a black light shield that constantly changed shape and blocked in front of it. The light of Tai fiercely collided with the black light shield, and at the moment of collision, an ear-piercing sizzling sound resounded, like cold water meeting a soldering iron, constantly melting. When the ear-piercing sound gradually stopped, the ray of golden Tai had disappeared. Although the black light shield was not broken, in the center of the light shield, the part where the light of Tai came into contact with it was extremely thin, and the black gas was almost gone. Obviously, the ray of light of Tai just now almost penetrated the black shield. Although Yen Chutian felt that it was a pity that his attack had failed, he did not sigh. This was because he had more than one strand of Tai light within the Tai Heaven Sealing Formation. Yen Chutian made another hand seal, and one seal after another was integrated into the formation. This time, 5 rays of Tai light spread out from the light screen on the edge of the formation and suspended above Yen Chutian's head. Then, with a change of his hand gesture, they suddenly shrouded the giant black beast. In the face of the 5 rays of Tai light, the giant black beast's expression became more and more solemn. Although it was still spitting out black gas, there was a substance that looked like dried magma slowly flowing above the black gas and fusing into the light shield. Boom, boom. 5 rays of light of Tai descended one after another. However, this time, the 5 rays of light of Tai were unable to cause much damage to the black shield of light. Yan Chutian could clearly see that as the dried magma-like substance flowed slowly, it actually consumed most of the power of the light of Tai. Otherwise, how could such a situation occur? At the same time, as if seeing that it had easily resolved Yan Chutian's attack, the giant black beast laughed mockingly at Yan Chutian in an extremely human-like manner. Its expression was full of arrogance. Yan Chutian could not help but feel that this was a little funny. It seemed that this spiritual beast that had gained intelligence did not have much intelligence at first, but it had learned the emotions of the human race thoroughly. If it only thought that this tortoise shell could block him, then it really did not take the Tai heaven sealing formation that he had set up seriously. Huff, with a light breath, Yan Chutian made another hand seal. This time, the hand seal was different from before, so the movement it caused was also different. Strands of light of Tai continued to spread out, and as they intersected, they actually slowly condensed into a golden spear. The spear was filled with golden light and vibrant colors, and there were also golden patterns revolving around it. It was extremely shocking. Tai heaven sealing formation, Tai golden spear. The moment the golden spear appeared, Yan Chutian exhaled, and a short sentence clearly described the power of this attack. In the next moment, the golden battle spear suddenly shot out. Because the speed of the golden battle spear was too fast, one could only see a fleeting golden light. In the blink of an eye, the golden battle spear ruthlessly smashed into the black light shield, and an astonishing rumble resounded once again. Boom, boom! Amidst the roar, the black light shield no longer had the indestructible defensive power from before. It was brazenly penetrated by the golden spear, and then the spear's power did not diminish, and it went straight for the giant black beast. The giant black beast clearly could not understand the destruction of the black light shield. Its originally mocking expression suddenly froze, and then it reacted later, could only use its own body to block. A giant snake tail burst out from the black water and fiercely collided with the golden spear. Boom! The golden spear was shattered by the snake's tail, but at the same time, the snake's tail was also smashed backwards, falling into the black water. One could vaguely see that before the snake's tail fell into the water, there seemed to be some blood spraying out. Outside the mountain stream, Loring held the little girl's hand and looked at the battle that had erupted not far away. When she saw that the giant black beast was actually injured by Yan Chutian, she couldn't help but clench her fists tightly, and her pretty face was filled with joy. The closer she got to this guy, the more she knew how many secrets this man was hiding. The power of the formation was just like that. Loring completely believed that even if this giant black beast was replaced by one of the peak holy sons of the southern region, who was at the 4th level of elixir, the result of falling into Yan Chutian's formation would definitely not be good. It was to the extent that they could only be like this giant black beast, restrained and unable to move an inch. But of course, it wasn't that Luo Ling wasn't clear about the restrictions of this formation. Not to mention that Yan Chutian had spent a long time to arrange this formation, just by the fact that no cultivator would foolishly step into it. But even so, it was still shocking enough. Which one of the top holy sons in the southern region could set up such a terrifying formation? Sister Fairy, can Big Brother Yen defeat that monster? Beside Loring, the little girl who was holding her hand timidly asked. Hearing this, Loring laughed lightly, then said with a faint smile, "Believe in him. No matter what kind of demon or ghost it is, it will not be able to withstand a single blow in front of him." Being wounded, the face of the giant black beast became even more ferocious and terrifying. It could not imagine that it would be injured like this by the human race that it had always ignored and played with. Moreover, it was even lured into such a spirit array. Hiss! The giant black beast hissed and spat out a mouthful of black chi. This time, there was a purple light flickering within the black chi. As the purple light flickered, a ferocious skull suddenly stretched out and bit towards Yen Chutian. Even with the obstruction of the formation, Yen Chutian would not just watch the giant black beast attack. He immediately formed an incantation gesture and activated the formation. He once again drew out the light of Tai and fused it into a golden war spear. Bang! The golden war spear ruthlessly smashed onto the skull, but this time, the golden war spear was unable to achieve the same astonishing effect as before. It could only shatter at the same time as the skull. However, Yen Chutian did not care about the result of this collision. His mind was still replaying the scene of the purple light flashing. He seemed to be somewhat familiar with that scene. That was Chi. The giant black beast let out a cold roar. Dense black gas continued to surge out. As the black gas surged out, a purple light that was even more dazzling than before appeared. Moreover, this time, the purple light actually appeared in the giant beast's white eyes. It was extremely strange. However, this strange scene in the eyes of others was too familiar to Yen Chutian. In the Heaven Realm, before his identity was exposed by the Ghost Lord, he had once been a half-king. In the Divine Realm, he had secretly raised a unique spiritual beast, the purple-eyed beast centipede. Yen Chutian had seen the purple-eyed beast centipede not long after his rebirth. At that time, he had suspected that the claws and teeth of the Divine Realm had already extended to the mortal world. Now that he had seen the purple-eyed beast centipede again in the Central Plains, he was even more certain of his thoughts. The Divine Realm had already extended their claws and teeth into the mortal world. At this time, they were hidden in a dark corner that he could not see. What worried Yen Chutian was that he did not know if those claws and teeth had noticed him. Did they sense anything strange? Hiss! Chapter 164. Now that he knew the true identity of the giant black beast in front of him, it was too easy to deal with it. No matter what the giant beast's cultivation was, as long as it was a purple-eyed beast, Yen Chutian could easily defeat it. Because he was once a half-step king in the Divine Realm. When the giant beast went berserk, Yen Chutian did not attack. Instead, he dispersed the formation and remained silent. Only when the giant black beast pounced towards him with the black fog flickering with purple light did he suddenly open his eyes. A strange light appeared in his eyes, accompanied by a string of complicated and ancient incantations. The giant beast's pouncing body immediately stiffened in the air, and then it crashed into the mountain stream with a rumble. Following that, the giant beast lay motionless in the mountain stream. If it weren't for the 2 spots of purple light in its white eyes, one would have thought that it was already a corpse. Such a situation immediately made Luo Ling, who was silently observing from the back, greatly alarmed. If it was said that Yen Chutian's previous display had already made her greatly alarmed, then the fact that he had so casually suppressed the giant beast had simply caused a storm to rise in her heart. In Loring's eyes, Yen Chutian clearly did not do anything, and the giant black beast fell into the mountain stream, as if it had suffered a heavy blow. How was this possible? Therefore, when Yen Chutian rushed back to her side, she was still looking at the former with a face full of shock. As for the little girl, she was even more so. The little girl would never have thought that this terrifying monster would not be able to resist Big Brother Yen at all. Rushing to Loring's side, without waiting for her to speak, Yen Chutian spoke first. "Senior Sister Loring, I still need this beast to bring me into the Black Forest to find something. Continue to protect this little girl, I'll be back soon." Hearing this, Loring could only lightly nod her head. However, as she nodded, she looked in the direction of the mountain stream and could not help but remind, "Be careful, after all, this beast is, I understand." Yen Chutian nodded heavily, there was not the slightest trace of worry on his face. He knew what Loring was worried about, but her worries were completely unnecessary. Yen Chutian did not use any small technique to temporarily control the giant beast, but used the special method of controlling the purple-eyed beast from the divine realm. It was no exaggeration to say that even if he asked the giant beast to self-destruct, it would not hesitate at all and would immediately do so. Yen Chutian's reaction more or less made Loring a little unhappy. She felt that her good intentions were being treated as ill intent, and she could not help but secretly curse. She then led the little girl to the destroyed of the village, but after walking for a distance she could not help but say, "Be careful, we'll wait for you in the village." Yen Chutian nodded again. Then, he returned to the side of the giant beast and unceremoniously descended on its head, controlling it to enter the depths of the black forest. The divine realm was able to create the purple-eyed beast puppet, so it naturally had perfect control over it. It could find out all the places it had been to in its memory, and it could also let it take him to find the things it had seen before. What Yen Chutian was doing now was letting the purple-eyed beast puppet take him to find the spirit-dispersing goo. Although it was called the spirit-dispersing goo, it was more accurate to say that it was the spirit-dispersing goo. Moreover, Yen Chutian wanted to get the mother worm. Only the mother worm would be stronger, and the spirit-dispersing goo would be more powerful. By now, Yen Chutian more or less knew the effect of the spirit-dispersing goo. If the spirit-dispersing goo invaded the body, it would probably quickly devour the spiritual energy in the body of the practitioner. This was the so-called spirit-dispersing goo. Even if the spirit-dispersing goo's power only had a slight effect on the northern region's yin-yang master, it was enough. Between strong practitioners, the slightest difference could determine the winner. The purple-eyed beast centipede carried Yen Chutian on its back as it traversed through the black forest. It was naturally not the only spiritual beast in this huge black water ridge, but it was clearly the overlord of this place. Wherever it went, the other spiritual beasts would retreat, not daring to encounter it. After traveling for half an hour, when the night became darker, the purple-eyed beast puppet's body finally stopped moving. At this moment, Yen Chutian opened his eyes and was quickly attracted by the spots of light gathered on a huge tree in the darkness. As a practitioner, even without using the spiritual eye, Yen Chutian could see clearly that each spot was a small worm, and the tail was the source of the light. At the same time, with a slight perception, she could sense that the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi was extremely thin and the spiritual qi in the place where these light bugs were gathered was extremely dense. Yen Chutian did not need to think much to know that these little bugs were the scattering spirit goo worms. But there were so many little worms, they were probably the child worms, and the mother worm should be surrounded by these child worms. Therefore, Yen Chutian's next move was simple. He immediately condensed a mass of rich spiritual energy and threw it into the distance. Spiritual energy was the food of the spirit-dispersing goo, and the spiritual energy was even more tempting to them. A large number of goo that were originally tightly gathered rushed out when Yen Chutian threw the mass of spiritual energy, and went straight to the mass of spiritual energy. And when a large number of child worms flew out, Yen Chutian, who had sharp eyes, immediately caught a glimpse of a few larger white worms wriggling inside the mass of worms. This must be the mother worm of the spirit-dispersing goo. It was also at this moment that Yen Chutian abruptly shot up and gave a heavy kick to the beast puppet's head without the slightest care. Borrowing the rebounding force, he shot towards the several mother insects. However, Yen Chutian's action obviously attracted the attention of the mother worm, and it even made the remaining child worms riot. They rushed toward Yen Chutian fearlessly, wanting to destroy him, the intruder. It was just destined to make them desperate. If ordinary cultivators faced them, they might really have a headache. These spirit-dispersing goo were extremely terrifying when they devoured spiritual energy. Before the attack arrived, they would be devoured cleanly by them. But Yen Chutian didn't have to worry about this problem, because he not only grasped spiritual energy, but also grasped a strange power, Xianyang Qi. Urging the xianyang qi in his body, Yan Chutian, who burst out, suddenly reached out to grab the mother worms. The process was as expected. These mother worms couldn't hurt the xianyang qi in the slightest. They didn't face the sharp power of spiritual energy at all. So the next result was very simple. Since they couldn't do anything to the xianyang qi, the mother worms could only be captured by Yan Chutian and then put into a jade bottle. Seeing that the mother worm was caught, the spirit-dispersing goo became even crazier, but in any case, they couldn't do anything to Yan Chutian. A xianyang qi curtain isolated all their resistance. After harvesting a few goo worms, Yan Chutian couldn't help but smile excitedly. Because these mother worms were in his hands, it meant that he also got the spirit sea sand. As long as he could get the spirit sea sand, he could start to cultivate the xianyang qi. He was looking forward to the power of the xianyang qi. Carefully putting away the jade bottle, Yan Chutian flew back to the head of the beast puppet, and then manipulated the beast puppet to go back. When Yan Chutian returned to the dilapidated village, the sky was already getting bright, and the night had quietly passed. Back in the village, Yan Chutian caught a glimpse of Loring setting up a bonfire and roasting some meat on the bonfire. It's just that her cooking skills were obviously too poor. She was in a hurry, but the food on the bonfire was either not cooked or too burnt. This made Yan Chutian smile helplessly. Then he glanced back and saw that there were some good ingredients in front of him, so he immediately beheaded the beast puppet, cut some good fresh meat, and washed it, then rushed to the side of the bonfire. "You're back!" Seeing Yan Chutian return, Loring smiled in surprise, but Yan Chutian didn't pay attention to her, but stared at the charred meat on the bonfire. "What are you looking at? How is it? Not bad, right?" Loring proudly raised her snow-white chin, but her little face was not good-looking at this time. There were black patches here and there, like a little cat. So Yan Chutian couldn't help but smile helplessly. "Not bad, but you should go wash first, leave this to me." Do you know how to?" Loring questioned without any shame, but when it came to washing, she couldn't help but realize something. She condensed a mirror with spirit energy and looked at her face, then immediately screamed, and then ran around to find water to wash. After she finished washing, she returned full of energy, and a tempting barbecue aroma immediately filled the air, making her lick her red lips, and her beautiful eyes lit up. This is Chapter 165. Loring could not wait to rush forward. At this time, the little girl was already sitting quietly by the campfire, eating the roasted meat. Her tender little face was full of satisfaction. This expression made Loring feel a little envious. She couldn't wait to squat beside the little girl, staring at Yan Chutian with eyes full of hope. Yan Chutian looked over and saw Loring's appearance. He couldn't help but chuckle in his heart, but his face was calm. He casually pointed to the bonfire that was still burning on the other side, and the roasted meat that seemed to be getting more and more charred. "Senior Sister Luo, your roasted meat is over there, don't go the wrong way." Hearing this, Loring's pretty face suddenly froze, and then looked at Yan Chutian with a hint of gnashing teeth in her eyes. This guy, if his cooking skills were so good, he should have said so earlier. If he didn't say anything, of course she would be suspicious. However, in the end, she still had a request, so Loring did not dare to be presumptuous. She could only look at Yan Chutian pitifully, then look at the attractive golden roasted meat. Her pretty face had an aggrieved expression, and her red lips were pursed high again. Loring's expression finally made Yan Chutian helpless. He could only tear off a large piece of roasted meat and hand it to her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said with a smile, "Eat, eat. If you show this expression, people who don't know will think that I did something to you." It's you. Snatching the roasted meat, Loring did not forget to snort at Yan Chutian several times with a fierce face. Then, she ate the roasted meat with satisfaction, enjoying the beauty of this moment. After an hour, the sky was completely bright. At this time, the large piece of roasted meat had been completely eaten. Loring and the little girl both touched their small stomachs with satisfaction, with a face full of happiness. At the same time, Yen Chutian also felt happy, but in addition to being happy, he was also worried about the little girl's future life. How could a lonely little girl with no family to rely on live independently? Thinking of this, Yen Chutian immediately pulled Loring aside and asked her about it. But what he didn't expect was that Loring had already thought of an answer. Well, I asked her last night. She's willing to return to the sect with me, so I'll try to ask Master to accept her as a disciple. If it doesn't work, I'll be her master. Since Loring was willing to personally take care of the little girl, Yen Chutian naturally felt relieved. Therefore, when the two women had rested enough, Yen Chutian took the two women back to the southern mountain range. However, because they had brought along a little girl, the three of them only arrived at the entrance of the southern mountain range at dawn of the fourth day. Loring was Luo Qingyi's disciple, and Yen Chutian was one of the top holy princes in the southern region. Thus, the two of them easily brought the little girl into the southern region. Then, Loring settled the little girl in her cave residence before rushing to the sect mission pavilion with Yen Chutian to submit the mission. It was just that along the way, the surrounding disciples who caught a glimpse of the two of them were pointing at them. Yen Chutian could clearly see that those pointers were all directed at him. Yen Chutian was confused, but Loring's reaction was even simpler. She immediately walked up and asked the disciples who were pointing at them. After a while, Loring walked back with a strange expression on her face. She said to Yen Chutian, "You're in trouble, In the few days that we left, the news of you becoming one of the top holy princes in the southern region has also spread to the northern region." Thus, a top holy prince from the northern region immediately stood out and said that he wants to defeat you at the Tianji gathering to prove that you are a useless piece of trash. When Luo Ling finished speaking, Yen Chutian already knew everything. Because he didn't respond to the Saint Child of the Northern region's threat, many of the Northern and Southern region's disciples who didn't know the situation would think that he was a coward and didn't dare to accept the challenge. However, even if he knew, Yen Chutian did not feel angry. After all, he never cared about what others thought of him. Regardless of whether others thought highly of him or mocked him, what could they do to him? Moreover, even if he stood out to respond now, there was not much meaning. He might as well prove himself at the Tianji gathering and use facts to shut the mouths of the masses. Thus, when Loring asked him how he should deal with it, Yen Chutian only smiled faintly and shook his head. Then, he continued to lead the way to the sect affairs pavilion. Killing a fourth-level elixir spiritual beast was a feat that shocked everyone once again. The deacon of the sect affairs pavilion also frowned. However, the person in front of him was Yen Chutian. After all, Yen Chutian had already created many miracles in the southern region. Now that he was able to kill a fourth-level elixir spiritual beast, it was only logical. After receiving the mission reward, Yen Chutian could not wait to part ways with Loring and go to the Saint Master Peak alone. This time, the Saint Master Peak seemed to have remembered his aura and allowed him to ascend to the peak without any hindrance. He appeared in front of the palace. Yen Chutian pushed open the door and entered. Yinyang Master was sitting cross-legged under the short tree in the courtyard just as he had seen him before. However, just as Yen Chutian took another step forward, an invisible aura locked onto him. Yinyang Master, who was originally sitting cross-legged under the short tree, had already appeared in front of him. "You brought the item?" Yinyang Master said indifferently. Hearing this, Yen Chutian also said indifferently, "Saint Master, I wonder if the spirit sees sand that this disciple needs." Yen Chutian's words clearly caused Yinyang Master to frown, but he did not say anything in the end. His large hand seemed to grab at the air, and a small square bottle immediately appeared in his hand. Spirit Sea Sand. When Yinyang Master spat out the three words, Spirit Sea Sand, it clearly caused Yen Chutian's eyes to burn, but he did not say anything. He immediately took out the small jade bottle that contained the spirit-scattering Gu Queen and handed it over to Yin-Yang Master. When he handed over the jade bottle, Yen Chutian also grabbed the square bottle. Yin-Yang Master was expressionless towards this, because he had sufficient confidence in himself. A small fourth-level elixir cultivator would not be able to cause any trouble in his hand. After receiving the jade bottle, the two of them glanced inside. After a glance, Yin-Yang Master's expression was still cold, but the action of putting away the jade bottle had already proved that the spirit-scattering Gu was correct. Similarly, Yen Chutian was the same. Then, Saint Master, this disciple will take his leave. After putting away the spirit sea sand, Yen Chutian's mind quickly became fiery. He had already gathered all the things needed to cultivate the mysterious Yang Qi, so he could start to try cultivating it. As long as he could successfully cultivate it, it would be a huge increase in his strength. However, before Yen Chutian left, Yin-Yang Master finally said, "When the time comes, come to my Saint Master Mountain and make your preparations." His brief words had already revealed his intentions without a doubt. He was going to make his move. Yen Chutian, who understood the meaning behind his words, had a slightly serious expression on his face. Then, he gently nodded his head. After that, Yin-Yang Master nodded his head again. Only then did he turn around and leave the Saint Master Mountain. After leaving the Saint Master Mountain, Yen Chutian rushed back to the cave. However, he did not expect that Mu Wan seemed to have been waiting for him outside the cave. She was squatting on the steps, looking at the weeping willow not far away, lost in thought. This scene of a beauty looking at a willow was extremely otherworldly. Yen Chutian could not bear to look at it and walked forward, afraid that he would destroy this beautiful scene. However, Yen Chutian could not bear to disturb her, but he did not expect that Mu Wan would be the first to discover him. Her beautiful eyes immediately looked at him. Being discovered by Mu Wan, Yen Chutian naturally no longer hid. He generously rushed forward and sat beside the former. "Waner, are you specially waiting for me?" Yen Chutian asked in a low voice. Who would have thought that when Muan heard that, her beautiful eyes curved into a smile, causing Yen Chutian's heartbeat to accelerate. But just as Yen Chutian did not know what to say, Mu Wan gently smiled and said, "I heard that you and Luo Shui's junior sister Loring did a mission together?" This. Yen Chutian's nerves suddenly tensed up. He never thought that Mu Wan would actually mention this matter. This made him feel a trace of danger. However, the truth was the truth. Yen Chutian could not refute it, so he could only awkwardly nod his head. After he nodded, Mu Wan's beautiful face immediately became cold and indifferent. Although she did not say anything, it was obvious that she was angry. Chapter 166. In the depths of the cave, Yen Chutian slowly sat down cross-legged as he silently absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to adjust his condition. This adjustment lasted until noon before it finally stopped. But after it stopped, Yen Chutian clearly had no intention of going out. There were only 10 days until the Tianji Assembly, and before the Tianji Assembly, he must successfully cultivate the mysterious Yang Qi condensation. Only then would he have a greater chance. Otherwise, even if the current Yen Chutian had the confidence to fight against the top holy sons of the northern region, the chances of victory could only be described as 50-50. Therefore, when Yen Chutian opened his eyes, his hands flashed with brilliance as heavenly treasures emerged one after another and landed around his body. Roughly speaking, the number of treasures could be counted on 2 hands. These were all necessary items to cultivate the mysterious Yang Qi condensation. The spirit sea sand and the dragon blood liquid were also among them. Looking at these heavenly treasures, Yen Chutian once again took a deep breath. Even he, who had always been calm, felt a trace of nervousness. The mysterious Yang Qi condensation was a strange technique recorded in the mysterious Yang scripture, so even Yen Chutian did not have absolute confidence in learning it. If he was lucky enough to succeed, then so be it. But if he failed, then all his preparations would be in vain. However, Yan Chutian was not a wishy-washy and hesitant person. After taking a deep breath, he calmed his mind and raised his hand to grab the various heavenly treasures. The foundation method of profound yang-qi condensation appeared in his mind as he began to move. The cultivation of the mysterious yang-qi condensation had begun after 3 days. Yan Chutian's cave was still deathly silent. But under the deathly silence on the surface, there was an oppressive turmoil in the depths of the cave. Yan Chutian was Yan Chutian after all. Even if he did not have absolute confidence, there was not a single mistake in the foundation method. Thus, at this moment, there were many blood-red threads spreading out from his body. They ran through his limbs and head, and finally converged at his heart. Everything had been smooth sailing up to this point, but Yan Chutian didn't feel the slightest bit of arrogance, because he had been following the prescribed order until now. As long as the person wasn't stupid, there wouldn't be any mistakes. What came next was the key. Condense mystic yang-qi. Yan Chutian's eyes narrowed. The next step was to condense the mysterious yang-qi into his heart. This strand of mysterious yang-qi was different from the mysterious yang-qi in his dantian. It was similar to the existence of a fire source. At the same time, this strand of profound yang-qi needed to be fused with the blood dragon liquid and wrapped in the spirit sea sand. The blood dragon liquid could provide it with surging vitality, while the spirit sea sand could create a strange space. Otherwise, if he directly integrated the profound yang-qi into his heart, not only would he fail to successfully cultivate the profound yang-qi condensation, but he would also be harmed, or even die a tragic death. So to speak, this step was not only difficult but also risky. But still, Yan Chutian was not a hesitant person. Since he had reached this step, how could he stop cultivating the profound yang-qi condensation? In the next moment, Yan Chutian opened a jade bottle, and a lifelike blood-colored dragon flew out, as if it wanted to escape. However, how could Yan Chutian let the blood dragon liquid, which he had obtained with great difficulty, escape? Immediately, the spiritual power in his hand surged and sucked the blood-colored dragon into his palm. Then Yan Chutian swallowed the blood-colored dragon into his abdomen without hesitation, wrapped it with spiritual power, and sent it to his heart. After swallowing the blood dragon liquid, the spirit sea sand was also swallowed by Yan Chutian, and then he continued to construct and fuse according to the cultivation method of profound yang-qi condensation. But in this process, the difficulty was also revealed. There were several times when the constructed space had the possibility of collapse, and the blood dragon liquid was like a living creature, screaming and struggling to resist. However, Yan Chutian was lucky in the end. He withstood the difficulties again and again. Finally, the wisp of profound yang-qi integrated into the blood dragon liquid, and was then wrapped by the spirit sea sand space and integrated into his heart. The instant he fused with it, Yan Chutian felt waves of berserk blood rolling around his body. His limbs and bones were brimming with power, as though he could split apart a huge mountain and tear apart the earth with a single move. The vigorous life aura continued to surge, and with his heart as the origin, it continued to flow to his limbs and bones. At this point, how could Yan Chutian not understand that he had finally succeeded in cultivating the profound yang-qi condensation? Therefore, at this moment, Yan Chutian's face showed an excited smile. His hard work was not in vain. He had finally succeeded in cultivating the profound yang-qi condensation. Even if he had only just constructed the foundation, he felt that he was much stronger than before. This point was especially reflected in the surge of blood and spirit energy, which was more than twice as large as before. It could be imagined that if the study of the profound yang-qi condensation continued to deepen, this increase would continue to increase, reaching an astonishing level. This profound yang-qi condensation did not disappoint Yan Chutian. With the intention of striking while the iron was hot, Yan Chutian was still not in a hurry to come out of seclusion. Instead, he consolidated the profound yang-qi condensation in the cave. After all, this was only the initial success, and there were still many things that could be improved. Therefore, Yan Chutian finally came out of seclusion on the second day before the Tianji assembly. Now, his appearance and aura had not changed, but if one observed carefully, they would be able to see that he seemed to be somewhat different from before. Mu Wan could see this, but she did not say anything. In her opinion, this should be the result of Yan Chutian's seclusion in the past 10 days. "Did you succeed?" Mu Wan seemed to ask casually, and Yan Chutian nodded heavily when he heard this, then smiled and said, "After a few days of hard work, I finally succeeded. I think that if I were to fight against the top holy sons of the northern region, I would have a lot of confidence." Yan Chutian, who was looking at Mu Wan with a smile, suddenly noticed something. After a slight shock, he could not help but smile bitterly. "Wan you broke through again?" Mu Wan had never hidden her aura from the beginning to the end, and now she was a genuine third-level elixir cultivator. Mu Wan was probably the only person in the entire Tianji sect who could advance her cultivation base at such a fast speed. However, because of Mu Wan's special situation, Yan Chutian could not be envious even if he wanted to. Moreover, Mu Wan had become much stronger, which was also good news for him. Even if he accidentally lost to the Holy Son of the Northern region, Mu Wan would still be able to take back the other slot. However, Yan Chutian did not want to end up like this. After all, he was an upright man. How could he rely on a woman to get a slot? Even if it was the woman he loved, it would not do. Mu Wan nodded lightly when she heard this, and a smile also appeared on her beautiful face. Her cultivation breakthrough made her happy. As long as her cultivation surpassed Yan Chutian's or was on par with his, she would never be a burden, and could even help him do some things. This was Mu Wan's thought. Then, the two of them fell silent, each with their own thoughts. After a while, Mu Wan said, "Oh right, during the few days you were in seclusion, the Holy Son of the Northern region said something to you again. Because you appeared in the Southern region during this time, many disciples believed that you did not dare to accept the challenge, so..." Mu Wan did not continue. Instead, a furious expression appeared on her beautiful face. What did these people know? Yan Chutian was not cowardly and did not dare to accept the challenge. Instead, he was constantly strengthening himself. Yan Chutian was not angry at all when he heard this, because this was the same as when he had returned to the southern region that day. It was just that the pointing had become more and more intense. However, it was still the same question. What did the looks of others have to do with him? In the end, wouldn't he still have to rely on the battle on Tianji to determine the victor? If he won, all the looks he received now would naturally be reversed, and the Holy Son of the Northern region who had spoken would lose all his face and no longer have a foothold. Therefore, Yan Chutian could not help but smile coldly. He looked up into the distance where the Northern region was. At the same time, the atmosphere of the entire Heavenly Secrets sect was constantly heating up. If the Holy Sun selection in the Northern and Southern region was just the prelude, then the upcoming Tianji would be the climax after the prelude. This seemingly ordinary heavenly opportunity would, in reality, decide too many things. All the elders of the North and South region would cast their gazes over, and even the vice sect master and sect master would personally come to preside over this grand occasion. In short, if one could shine at the Tianji gathering, then one would be the top genius of the entire Heavenly Secrets sect, and one would be qualified to become one of the most glorious young geniuses of the Central Plains. Chapter 167. Under everyone's anticipation, the day of Tianji's arrival finally arrived. It was early in the morning, and the entire Tianji sect was bustling with excitement. Countless disciples were standing on the mountain at the border between the northern and southern regions. These disciples also looked up at the sky, because there were several elders hovering in the air on both sides of the boundary. Flags were raised high in their hands, and with the infusion of spiritual power, light pillars shot into the sky and rushed into the boundary. After the light pillars of spiritual power merged into the boundary that originally separated the northern and southern regions gradually melted away, and there was no longer any barrier between the northern and southern regions. However, even if the boundary was really opened, it only covered a small space at the border. At the same time, there were countless deacons guarding the territory of the northern and southern regions below. When the barrier was broken through, Yen Chutian and the rest of the top 10 heaven prides from the southern region had a change in expression. Shortly after, an elder from the southern region called out to them and asked them to land on a platform that looked like a mountain that had been flattened by a giant sword. On the opposite side, there was also a huge platform that had been flattened by a giant mountain in the northern region. 10 figures, both men and women, jumped on it, and each of them had a proud look on their faces. That was the arrogance that the disciples of the northern region always had for the disciples of the southern region. At this time, the boundary had been opened, so the powerful aura that lingered around the 10 holy sons of the northern region surged and rushed toward Yen Chutian and the others. Yen Chutian did not show any expression, but Su Jian snorted coldly. Obviously, he, who had always been arrogant, could not bear such contempt. However, even if Yen Chutian was expressionless, the holy sons of the northern region still looked at him with disdain. In their eyes, Yen Chutian was just a piece of trash from the southern region. If he was in the northern region, he would have been beaten to the ground like a dead dog. And amidst these disdainful gazes, Yen Chutian felt a cold gaze. He looked back and saw that at the right side of the 10 from the northern region, there was a white-faced youth with long hair who was tightly locking onto him. With such a gaze, it was hard for him not to associate this long-haired, white-faced young man with the northern region's peak saint who had openly looked down on him some time ago. As Yen Chutian stared at him, the indifferent Mu Wan turned her head slightly and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "He is the top holy son of the northern region, Jin Lan." Yen Chutian didn't answer Mu Wan, but Mu Wan didn't answer him either. The tacit understanding between them didn't need to be expressed through words. Jin Lan. Yen Chutian silently mused in his heart. This Jin Lan's cultivation wasn't weak, being at the 4th level of elixir. Furthermore, he must have condensed spirit runes as well. However, even so, he wasn't a pushover. Those fellows who wanted to bully him had already been defeated by him. After staring at Yen Chutian for a long time, the long-haired, white-faced youth, Jin Lan, finally shifted his gaze away. He whispered something to the other youth beside him, seemingly completely ignoring Yen Chutian. In Jin Lan's opinion, it was already a great honor for him to pay attention to him. If he continued to look at him, he would be paying too much attention to him. Why should he pay attention to a trash from the southern region who was no match for him? But Jin Lan didn't know that although he deliberately ignored Yen Chutian didn't pay attention to him at all. If Jin Lan knew this, someone as arrogant as him would probably want to ruthlessly trample Yen Chutian under his feet. On the high platform, the 10 holy sons of the northern and southern region silently acknowledged each other. But below the platform, the disciples of the northern and southern region were not so quiet. Both sides engaged in a heated debate. Even if they wouldn't normally support their holy sons, they would naturally do their best to support their holy sons in a grand event like the Tianji meeting. This was a matter of which side they stood on. And in such a battle of words, the holy sons of the northern region usually had the upper hand. Whether it was in terms of the number of disciples or the degree of enthusiasm, the northern region surpassed the southern region. Especially since the disciples of the northern region could bring out the glorious battle results of the past Tianji meetings, suppressing the southern region to the point where they couldn't raise their heads. "Humph, my northern region has many holy sons, and we can suppress your southern region to the point where you can't raise your heads every time. This Tianji meeting will naturally be the same." I think your southern region should obediently disband and merge with our northern region, lest you continue with this kind of meeting whose outcome is already set. You're wrong. Our northern region isn't a place that just anyone can enter. Haha, unrestrained laughter accompanied by arrogant words rang out, grating on the ears of the southern domain disciples. However, they just couldn't find anything to refute this because what the northern region's holy son said was the truth. They didn't know when it started, but the southern region had always been suppressed by the northern region to the point of being unable to raise their heads, until they were suppressed to the point of being in their current pitiful state. But in the end, there were still disciples who stood out and spoke the words in their hearts. But these disciples' words only received the cold sneers of the northern region disciples. Thus, the southern region disciples all looked towards the platform where their holy sons were. They understood that only by proving their holy son's strength could they wash away the years of humiliation. Unfortunately, most of these gazes were locked onto Luo Shui, Su Jian, and the others. Almost no one looked at Yan Chutian. Actually, this was easy to understand. Even though Yan Chutian had become one of the top holy sons, all the disciples thought that this was already Yan Chutian's limit. He probably wouldn't be of much use in the battle with the top holy sons of the northern region. Yan Chutian's expression remained calm when he sensed the unintentional meaning. This was already within his expectations. He understood that most of the disciples didn't think highly of him now. They even hated him because he didn't respond to Jin Lan's contemptuous words. But Yan Chutian didn't expect that at this moment, a young girl's firm voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. He looked over and saw that the source of the cheers was the girl he was familiar with, Zhou Qing. At this moment, Zhou Qing's face was red as she shouted with all her might. She didn't care about the reactions of the people around her at all. She was just silent in her own world. Even Yan Chutian didn't expect such a sudden situation. After being stunned for a moment, he forced a helpless smile. It seemed that he hadn't reached the point of being pitiful in the southern region. The girl's enthusiastic cheers seemed to have a strange charm that gradually infected some of the disciples around her. They also echoed her and shouted loudly. However, this situation made the disciples of the northern region scoff at it. The other disciples of the southern region felt extremely embarrassed and couldn't help but want to reprimand them. The atmosphere was restless until a certain moment, when the figure of a white-haired old man suddenly descended from the sky under the escort of many elders. Yan Chutian could clearly feel that the white-haired old man's cultivation had probably reached the peak of the Yuanying realm and was only one step away from breaking through. But from this, he knew that he wasn't the sect leader of the Tianji sect. A peak Yuanying expert wasn't enough to make such a huge force like the Tianji sect a second-rate force in the Central Plains. Sure enough, in the next moment, an elder addressed him as Deputy Sect Leader Zhu. He must be one of the two deputy sect leaders of the Tianji sect. After responding to the elders, Deputy Sect Leader Zhu looked at the many disciples on the ground. The sect leader and deputy sect leaders were influential figures that were independent of the northern and southern region. Therefore, regardless of whether they were disciples of the northern or southern region, they were treated equally. Therefore, his dignified voice slowly spread. Disciples of the Tianji sect, the sect leader is still in seclusion. Therefore, I, Zhu Yun, will host this grand event of the Tianji sect. Yes, Deputy Sect Leader. Not only the many disciples who were watching the battle, but even the top holy sons of the northern and southern region on the two platforms and the elders beside Zhu Yun in the sky bowed slightly at this moment to show their respect. Seeing this, Zhu Yun continued to speak. Well then, I, Zhu Yun, hereby announce that the grand event of the Tianji sect officially begins. The top holy sons of the northern and southern region, listen up. Yes, sir. Chapter 168. Zhu Yun's voice was loud and his majestic aura spread out. Everyone who heard him was excited. Unexpectedly, this Zhu Yun was quite good at stirring up the fanaticism of his disciples. Immediately after, 2 spirit rivers surged out from Zhu Yun's hands and spread to the disciples on the 2 platforms. Light balls floated in the spirit rivers, and the numbers from 1 to 10 could be seen engraved on them. The top holy sons of the North and South region will draw their numbers. After the spirit rivers appeared, Zhu Yun spoke again. Hearing this, the holy sons of the North and South region raised their hand. Without any movement, light balls were drawn from the spirit rivers and landed in their hand. In fact, it was not difficult to understand. The light balls in the 2 spirit rivers had numbers from 1 to 10. As long as they drew the same number, they would be their opponents in the Tianji meet. The rules of the Tianji meet were very simple. If they won, they would advance to the next round. If they lost, they would be eliminated. After a certain round, the Heavenly Secrets gathering would end when there was only one top-notch saint left from a certain side. In the past, the North region had always been able to suppress the South region. It was at this Tianji meet that all the top holy sons of the South were eliminated. There was even one time when the holy sons of the South region only lasted until the second round before all the participating holy sons were eliminated. It was a crushing defeat. Back to the topic, Yan Chutian held the light ball in his hand, and his eyes gradually focused on the number. That was 3. 3, Yan Chutian softly muttered. Suddenly, a beam of spiritual energy shot out from the ball of light. At the same time, another beam of spiritual energy shot out from the other side. The 2 beams of light collided and fused together. This scene was extremely familiar, so Yan Chutian immediately looked at the other spirit light pillar. Then, his gaze collided with a cold and arrogant gaze. The owner of the gaze had long hair and a fair face. Although he was not handsome, he was delicate and pretty. In addition to his powerful strength, he was also the target of many female disciples of the North region. However, Yan Chutian did not have a good impression of him. This was because this guy was the holy son of the North region, Jin Lan, who had been constantly mocking him. I didn't expect to meet him in the first round. It seems that the saying was true, enemies often cross paths. At the same time, Jin Lan, who had also clearly seen Yan Chutian's face, involuntarily laughed coldly. He did not expect that he would actually so coincidentally meet that trash from the southern region. Perhaps even the heavens were helping him, allowing him to ruthlessly trample on this trash from the southern region, just as he had said. Thinking about it, he would be delighted to see the other party's pained and wretched expression when he stepped on him, wouldn't he? Just like Yan Chutian and Jin Lan, the gazes of the top 10 holy sons of the North and South region all clashed with each other due to the light pillars. Immediately after, a tense atmosphere spread out. Especially the 2 people who had drawn number 1, they were eager to give it a try. This was because the battle between the 2 of them would begin first. The Tianji meeting was similar to the top-notch saint selection, but there were also differences. For example, every battle was the only focal point in the world. This was a form of respect for every top-notch saint. After that, a huge arena emerged from the ground and descended to the heavens. Under Zhu Yun's command, the top holy sons of the North and South region, who had drawn number 1, shot out and landed on the arena. The holy sons of the 2 sides looked at each other coldly. Then, without any words, a fierce battle immediately erupted. Turbulent spiritual energy swept out, stirring up huge storms that soared into the sky. From the moment the 2 of them started to fight, this grand event of the entire Tianji sect had begun. Both of them were at the 4th level of the elixir realm, and the aftermath of their battle was extremely huge. The aura displayed by each of their moves shocked all the disciples of the North and South region who were watching the battle. However, no matter how shocked they were, the disciples of the North region still had great confidence. No matter how strong the Holy Son of the South region was, he would not be a match for the Holy Son of the North region. Even if he could barely hold on for a while, he would only be defeated miserably in the end. Compared to the confidence of the disciples of the North region, the disciples of the South region were anxious. The South region had always been suppressed by the North region, so they were eager to make a comeback. They hoped that their top holy son of the South region could suppress the holy son of the North region and wash away their humiliation. However, the results were often not as they wished. Perhaps the top holy son of the North region was really extraordinary. As the spiritual energy surged, the holy son of the South region, who was at the 4th level of the elixir realm, was forced back several steps before he could stabilize himself. After forcing his opponent back, the top holy son of the North region revealed a proud expression. Then, he said contemptuously, "What? Is this all the so-called top holy son of the South region can do?" As soon as he said that, the disciples of the South region were furious. The holy son of the South region who had been forced back was also furious. This was a naked humiliation to him. How could he tolerate it? Flame Chi cut. The battle continued and the spiritual energy surged. After an unknown period of time, the holy son of the South region was once again forced back. His face was flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood when he stabilized himself with difficulty. This scene made the disciples of the North region cheer, and they looked at the disciples of the South region with pride. This was the top holy son of the North region. No matter who the South region disciple was, they could not cause any trouble. At the same time, the eyes of the disciples of the South region dimmed. Could it be that the South region could only lose to the North region? Boom! Boom! The battle continued, but the final result was obvious when the holy son of the South region spat out blood and was forced to retreat. Even though he gritted his teeth and persevered, he was still defeated and fell out of the arena. The top holy son of the South region had lost the first round. Ha! The so-called top holy son of the South region is indeed not worth mentioning. Of course. How can the top holy son of the South region compare to the top holy son of the North region? If they join the North region, I'm afraid they won't even be ranked among the holy sons. Haha, the North region is mighty and unparalleled. The disciples of the North region were proud and overjoyed. In comparison, the disciples of the South region were much more depressed. However, no matter how the disciples of both sides were feeling, the Heavenly Secret Society would not stop because of this. Soon, the second round of the battle began. Both sides were top holy sons with level 4 elixir cultivation. However, the white-haired holy son of the North region, who was also at level 4 elixir cultivation, caused a much greater commotion. The disciples of the North region looked at the holy son of the South region with contempt and even sympathy. Hee, it's Rinchio. The holy son of the South region is in trouble. The holy son of the South region is unlucky. Rinchio is a cold-faced Hades. He doesn't hold back when he fights. In the past, many disciples of the South region would be unconscious in bed for half a month. I hope the holy son of the South region won't be so miserable in the hands of Rinchio. Many people were worried about the holy son of the South region. It was obvious that the holy son of the North region, Rinchio, was extremely famous in the North region. Otherwise, he would not have caused such a commotion. Due to the words of the disciples of the North region, the disciples of the South region began to feel uneasy. However, the results of the battle were exactly what they were afraid of. When the battle began, Rinchio quickly suppressed the holy son of the South region, rendering him unable to resist. The Heavenly Secret Society's first and second round of the battle between the North region and the South region still ended in the North region's victory. TSK. The holy son of the South region is really good-looking but useless. He could only last so long in the hands of Rinchio. It's not easy. This might be the limit of the holy son of the South region. It's not easy at all. The disciples of the South region were even more depressed. They did not expect the second round to be even worse than the first round. At this moment, they were eagerly hoping for a reversal of the battle. Otherwise, if the North region continued to win, the South region would lose face. However, when the holy sons of the North and South region appeared in the third round of the battle, the disciples of the South region were extremely disappointed. This was because the representative of the South region was Yan Chutian. Ha, it's actually that cowardly turtle. There's no need to watch this battle. How can this trash win? Previously, when the holy son of the North region was arrogant, he retreated and did not dare to show himself. What can he do now that he's in the heavenly secret society? Don't tell me he's going to surrender? Chapter 169. Perhaps when Yan Chutian became a pinnacle saint's son, he had quite a reputation, but when Jin Lan repeatedly spoke contemptuously to him, he did not respond. Thus, the attitude of the Southern Domain disciples towards him became hostile. To them, Yan Chutian didn't dare to accept the challenge and purposely hid himself. So, how could they be nice to someone as cowardly as a mouse? Now, in the Heavenly Secret Conference, they believed that Yan Chutian had come out to make a fool of himself. They feared that he would be suppressed by Jin Lan in an instant. Just thinking of that scene made them feel deeply humiliated. The mocking voices were like waves that kept on coming. Even the cheers from before had disappeared. Only Zhou Qing was left at a loss and didn't know what to do. This situation made Jin Lan smile sarcastically. He said to Yan Chutian, Tsk, it seems like you don't have much of a place in their hearts. Yan Chutian's expression was calm. It seemed that no matter how the disciples reacted, they couldn't affect him. The calm Yan Chutian stared at Jin Lan indifferently. His gaze seemed to be able to see through Jin Lan's shell. It made him feel very uncomfortable. Isn't this what you want? Jin Lan's gaze turned cold. He then sneered and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, So what if I am? Right now, in the eyes of the Southern Region disciples, you are nothing but a coward. Later, I will help you live up to this title. Enjoy it. However, even though Jin Lan had said such straightforward words, Yan Chutian's expression remained calm from beginning to end. This made him very puzzled. Why was the other party not flustered and exasperated at all? It felt like he had punched a ball of cotton with all his might, but it was completely useless. But even so, Jin Lan wouldn't change his mind. In his opinion, Yan Chutian's heart should be burning with rage right now, and he was merely clenching his teeth and enduring. But it didn't matter. Once he stepped on Yan Chutian's disguise would be completely torn apart. Jin Lan was rather curious as to what kind of madness was hidden under Yan Chutian's unperturbed face. At the same time, after 2 consecutive victories, some of the elders of the Northern region laughed proudly. The Northern region disciples were arrogant and domineering. Of course, they were the same. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a disciple. At this time, a middle-aged holy son with a big belly glanced at Han Chen. Even though he was far away, he said telepathically, I'm sorry, Elder Han Chen. I heard that this person is one of the disciples you brought back. Unfortunately, because of Jin Lan, he will have to stop here. Hearing this, Han Chen coldly glanced at the other party, anger gradually growing in his heart. As usual, this fatty had a cheap mouth, and never let go of any opportunity to mock him. However, with Zhu Yun present, it was impossible for him to make a move in the end. He could only pause for a moment before saying with a fake smile, Then I'll congratulate the Northern region in advance. However, I still have to remind Elder that it's best to be careful until the last moment. Don't fail miserably. Ha ha. It's just a small ditch. Just crush it. How can it make a huge ship capsize? On the stage, Yan Chutian and Jin Lan had both landed. Jin Lan would not be the slightest bit courteous. Since he had already said those ruthless words, he would naturally do as he said. His body moved slightly. In the blink of an eye, his body transformed into several afterimages. He appeared in front of Yan Chutian like a ghost and slammed his palm down. This palm contained the full power of a 4th-level elixir. If an ordinary 3rd-level elixir cultivator took it head-on, they would be blown away immediately because the gap between the two was too big. But Yan Chutian was an exception. Even though he was only a first-level elixir cultivator, he could overcome all difficulties and become one of the top holy sons in the southern region. So, it was not a problem for him to take this palm head-on. When the palms collided, turbulent air waves were sent flying. But as the spiritual energy surged, Yan Chutian's thin and small body didn't move at all. This made the proud disciples of the northern region a little surprised. It seemed that the situation wasn't as they thought. At the same time, Jin Lan was also a little surprised. He knew the power of his own attack best. This seemingly ordinary palm was enough to defeat a third-level elixir cultivator. How could this guy, who was only a first-level elixir cultivator, take it head-on? Hey, you have some skills. Some rumors aren't completely fabricated. After the initial shock, Jin Lan still sneered mockingly. Since the other party was a top holy son of the southern region, he should have some strength. Otherwise, if he was easily defeated by Jin Lan, the southern region would really lose face. But so what if he had some resistance? He, Jin Lan, was not someone who could be casually defeated. The attack just now was just a test. He hadn't used his real strength yet. In the next moment, Jin Lan stomped on the stage. A circle of shocking spiritual energy ripples quickly spread out. In the midst of this impact, spiritual energy surged and gathered in his body like a waterfall. In a moment, it condensed into a stone platform. As it trembled slightly, majestic power surged wildly. It was extremely shocking. Beyond the heavens stage, Jin Lan muttered. The moment the final word rang out, the entire stone platform violently trembled. Shortly after, it began to descend towards Yan Chutian. From the looks of it, it seemed that it was going to smash him into a meat patty. Obviously, Jin Lan had used his real strength. At this moment, many of the disciples of the northern region sneered. In their opinion, since Jin Lan had used such a spiritual technique, the outcome of the battle should be decided. How could a mere level 1 elixir be a match for a level 4 elixir cultivator, no matter how strange it was? Boom! As the stone platform pressed down, Yan Chutian did not evade. Instead, he chose a scene that many people found hard to understand. He actually used his body to meet the stone platform head-on. This caused countless people who were not optimistic about him to snort disdainfully. Jin Lan was using a spirit technique attack, and Yan Chutian actually chose to use his body to block it. If this was not courting death, what else could it be? However, what they didn't know was that Yan Chutian had tempered a second-grade profound yang body. That was why he dared to do such a bold thing. The strength of a second-grade profound yang body was something that Yan Chutian had already estimated after many battles. Bang! The muffled sound of the stone platform and the body colliding rang out repeatedly. However, what surprised countless people was that when the stone platform collided, the seemingly thin and small body did not show any signs of collapsing. Instead, the indestructible stone platform rapidly collapsed and turned into nothingness. This result caused quite a stir, especially the disciples of the northern region. At this moment, their mouths were wide open and their faces were full of disbelief. This result was truly a little unexpected. At the same time, the disciples of the southern region were also shocked. They could not believe it. Could it be that the miracles that Yan Chutian had created in the southern region could be extended to this day? Looking at the collapse of his spiritual technique and the unscathed opponent, Jin Lan's face darkened. This result was completely different from what he had expected. According to his expectations, after being attacked by his spiritual technique, even if the opponent could still hold on, he should have been injured. How could this be? Ahem. Elder Han's disciple is quite capable. In the group of elders of the northern region, the big-bellied middle-aged elder had an unnatural expression as he spoke to ease his embarrassment. However, Han Chun did not pay attention to him at all. His words were completely muttered to himself, so he could not ease his embarrassment. Instead, he became even more furious. Therefore, he could not help but secretly snort angrily. Then, he coldly looked at Yan Chutian from afar. He did not believe it. Previously, the Chosens of the southern region, who were all at the 4th level of the primal core stage, had all lost at the hands of the Chosens of the northern region. How could a mere 1st-level primal core disciple before him possibly overturn the situation? After his attack failed, Jean Lan's face darkened. However, because of this, he no longer held back. He immediately activated the spiritual inscriptions on his elixir and used his most powerful technique. Immortal Crane Inscription. Chapter 170. As the spiritual inscriptions were activated, a lifelike holy crane descended from the sky. The crane spread its wings slightly, and a huge wave of spiritual energy rippled out. It was hard to imagine how powerful the spiritual inscriptions would be if the crane launched an attack. Forcing Jean Lan to use the Immortal Crane True Rune, the Southern Region Saint should be at his limit. I heard that the Southern Region Saint has also condensed spiritual inscriptions. Although I don't know if it's true or not, so what if he has condensed spiritual inscriptions? He's no match for Jean Lan. Condensing spiritual inscriptions might be fake. Even if it's really condensed, it must be very weak. I just didn't expect that the Southern Region Saint would be defeated by this spiritual inscriptions. I'm afraid that the so-called saint is a fake. When the Jean Lan spirit rune was activated, the disciples of the Northern Region revealed their arrogance again. In their opinion, the activation of the spiritual inscriptions would determine the outcome of the battle. The power of the Jean Lan spirit rune was so strong that even the saint of the Northern Region, who was at the 3rd level of the elixir realm, was no match for it, let alone the person from the Southern Region, who was only at the 1st level of the elixir realm. Even if he had shown some amazing things, it was impossible for him to turn the tables on the power of the spiritual inscriptions. At the same time, the disciples of the Southern Region, who were happy because of Yan Chutian's performance, were worried again. After all, Jean Lan was at the 4th level of the elixir realm. With such cultivation, the spiritual inscriptions that he continuously condensed were much more powerful than the spiritual inscriptions of Zhou Xian and Yi Qing. Therefore, even if Yan Chutian's spiritual inscriptions could gain an advantage in front of Zhou Xian and Yi Qing, it would be too weak in front of Jean Lan. And if he couldn't win in terms of spiritual inscriptions, even if Yan Chutian's battle with Jean Lan was amazing, it would be useless. In the end, he would not be able to escape defeat. The disciples of the Southern Region tensed up at this moment. Seeing that his opponent was activating the spiritual inscriptions, Yan Chutian's expression was normal. Even if Jean Lan's spiritual inscriptions were stronger than Zhou Xian and Yi Qing's, he was not unprepared. He had never given up on the refinement of the spirit runes and had been working on it every single day. Moreover, after successfully cultivating the mysterious Yang Qi condensation, Yan Chutian was pleasantly surprised to find that the mysterious Yang Qi condensation actually had a beneficial effect on the condensation of his spirit runes. As a result, the seemingly short period of half a month had already made his spiritual inscriptions much stronger than when he fought with Yi Qing. Without saying much, after retracting his gaze, Yan Chutian, who closed his eyes slightly, also activated the power of the spiritual pattern in his dantian. Strands of strange patterns appeared in his eyes, and then condensed into the shape of a giant sword. When he opened his eyes, it was projected between heaven and earth. Like the red-crowned crane with spiritual tattoos, the appearance of the giant sword with spiritual tattoos attracted countless gazes. This was not the first time that many of the Southern Region disciples had seen this spirit inscription. At this moment, they were all apprehensive. As for those Northern Region disciples who were unfamiliar with this sword-shaped spirit inscription, even though they did not know what it was, they still looked down at it with pride. In their opinion, Yan Chutian's spirit inscription was definitely no match for Jean Lan's spirit inscription. There was a gap of 3 small realms. How could the spirit inscriptions condensed by such a gap be compared with Jean Lan's spirit inscription? Did he really condense the spirit inscription? Glancing at the sword-shaped spirit inscription that appeared between heaven and earth, Jean Lan said indifferently, and then a trace of contempt appeared on his face. Just like those northern region disciples, he disdained the spirit inscription condensed by Yen Chutian, but he knew the power of his own red-crowned crane's spirit inscription. Therefore, he had even foreseen the following result. When his spirit inscription collided with Jean Lan's sword-shaped spirit inscription, his sword-shaped spirit inscription would not last for a moment and would immediately be defeated and scattered. Thinking of this, Jean Lan did not hesitate and immediately shouted in a low voice. The moment he shouted, the holy red-crowned crane spread its wings, and a more powerful aura than before surged out. The spectating disciples could not help but sigh. Jean Lan really had the right to be arrogant. The red-crowned crane spread its wings and pounced. At this moment, Yen Chutian also manipulated his spirit inscription. The sword-shaped spirit inscription rushed into the sky and slashed down at the red-crowned crane that was pouncing on him. Bang! Boom! The red-crowned crane and the giant sword collided fiercely under countless gazes. Suddenly, with the collision as the center, majestic spirit power ripples spread wildly around the arena. It seemed that the ripples were too strong. An old deacon actually took action and used his own spirit power to block the spreading ripples and annihilate them. Everyone's eyes shifted to the center of the collision, where there was a dazzling spirit light. But even though it was dazzling, everyone could still vaguely see that the 2 huge spirit inscriptions were constantly attacking each other, trying to defeat each other. Therefore, the situation was in a stalemate. However, this result was obviously beyond the expectations of too many people. This was because many people thought that Jean Lan should be stronger than Yen Chutian, especially when it came to the power of spirit inscriptions. But looking at the current situation, it seemed that the 2 of them were evenly matched. Boom! The continuous attacks finally stopped after the roar. After the light faded, the spirit inscription in front of Yen Chutian had disappeared. The red-crowned crane's spirit inscription was still there, but the light was much dimmer than before. This made the disciples of the North region, who found it difficult to accept just now, secretly breathe a sigh of relief. If they were really evenly matched again, it would really make them feel uneasy. At the same time, Jean Lan also secretly relaxed his tense mind. When they collided just now, even he didn't expect that they would be evenly matched. Fortunately, after the continuous attacks, his own advantages were also revealed. Although the other party's spirit inscriptions were strange, they were not as condensed as his. But he didn't know that Yen Chutian, who was facing such a situation, was not nervous at all. If he hadn't cultivated the mysterious Yang Qi condensation technique, the situation at this time might really be troublesome for him. But now, he didn't have that kind of worry. Yen Chutian focused slightly. After closing his eyes for a few seconds, a huge spirit inscription was projected again. If this spirit inscription was the second spirit inscription that Yen Chutian had used before, it would be fine. But this spirit inscription was clearly the previous spirit inscription on the giant sword. In other words, the spirit inscription that was just destroyed by Jean Lan, Yen Chutian actually used it again. This scene immediately set off a huge wave in everyone's heart. Even the disciples of the North region were no exception. Because everyone knew that a spirit inscription that was destroyed couldn't be used again in a short period of time, but Yen Chutian actually used his own spirit inscription again in a short period of time. How did he do it? Some of the elders of the North region were also stunned, unable to understand this scene. At the same time, the elders of the South region also cast a shocked look, especially Han Chun. After being shocked, he inexplicably smiled, with a strong sense of helplessness in his smile. Yen Chutian was like a variable. She was able to break convention time and time again, creating one astonishing scene after another. It was also at this time that Han Chun felt that perhaps he had always underestimated Yan Chutian. This guy, who was ignored because of Mu Wan's comparison, was definitely not as simple as he looked on the surface. The giant sword spirit inscription appeared again, and it was also when the smile on Jean Lan's face gradually froze. He couldn't understand. Just now, his opponent's spirit inscription was clearly destroyed by him. How could he still use it now? However, Jean Lan was not a hesitant person. In a moment of shock, he came to his senses. Then, with a gloomy look, he said coldly, "I don't care how you pretend to be mysterious, but since I can destroy your spirit inscription once, there will be a second time. I'd like to see how many times you can use this spirit inscription." Before his voice died away, Jean Lan activated the huge spirit inscription again. The holy immortal crane spread its wings and rushed out with an amazing momentum, heading straight for Yan Chutian. However, in the face of such an attack, Yan Chutian's reaction was simple. He still activated his spirit inscription. The huge sword was raised high, and then it slashed down at the immortal crane that was rushing over. The result this time was destined to be beyond everyone's expectations. It was still the same collision of spirit inscriptions, but this time, under the impact of the collision, the immortal crane with spirit inscription was the first to show signs of collapse. On the other hand, although the light of the huge spirit inscription was constantly dimming, it didn't show signs of collapse. Boom! Finally, the immortal crane with spirit inscription completely collapsed, turning into light inscriptions and rushing back to Jean Lan's body. Jean Lan's reaction to the collapse of the spirit inscription was much greater than Yan Chutian's. Moreover, he knew clearly that he couldn't activate this spirit inscription in a short time. Chapter 171. But no matter what, Jean Lan's defeat was a fact. Even if he found it hard to believe, it was a fact. Moreover, after his spirit pattern collapsed, Yan Chutian's heavy sword did not slow down at all. It continued to slash down fiercely toward Jean Lan's body. As the crisis struck, Jean Lan could only quickly circulate the spiritual power in his body. Majestic spiritual power gushed out and condensed into a bright light screen in front of his body to block the attack. Even if the power of the spirit pattern that Yan Chutian projected again was still extremely strong, it was not to the extent that it was beyond imagination. Therefore, when the heavy sword slashed on the light screen, it could no longer make any astonishing progress. But even so, this situation set off a huge wave in the hearts of all the spectators. Even those elders and vice-sect leader Zhu Yun had a slight change of expression at this moment. It was common sense that the spirit pattern could not be activated in a short period of time when it collapsed. However, this common sense had lost its effect on Yan Chutian. Furthermore, he didn't know how the spirit inscriptions that had been defeated just now were able to maintain almost all of their power after being used again. How was this possible? But no matter what, this was the fact. The fact that was displayed in front of everyone allowed no refutation. Therefore, after the shock, the disciples of the southern region were ecstatic because this meant that Yan Chutian had the possibility of defeating the holy son of the northern region, Jean Lan. In contrast, the disciples of the northern region had ugly expressions. How could they have expected that the most stable round of the Heavenly Secret Conference for the northern region would have so many twists and turns? Could it be that the northern region would lose points here? For a moment, the surrounding people cast doubtful and even angry gazes toward Jean Lan. Among them, there were even dignified gazes from the elders. Under these gazes, Jean Lan felt the pressure multiply. Moreover, he could imagine that if he lost this round, his reputation in the northern region would plummet. Moreover, the elders' impression of him would be extremely bad. Therefore, no matter what, he could not lose. At the same time, looking at the sword-shaped spirit pattern that was retreating toward him, Yan Chutian gently exhaled a breath and then retracted it into his body. Even with the mystic yang qi condensation, he could activate the spirit inscriptions again. However, the fewer times he activated the spirit inscriptions, the better. Otherwise, it would inevitably leave behind damage. However, even if he gained the upper hand, Yen Chutian would not be happy, because he knew that under such a disadvantage, the arrogant saint of the northern region would definitely erupt with an extremely violent attack. That would be the moment to decide victory and defeat. Sure enough, just as Yen Chutian was thinking in his heart, Jean Lan's sinister gaze looked over from afar. Following which, he slowly spoke in a similarly sinister tone, "Yen Chu, you trash of the southern region, die. Blood tiger true pattern." Jean Lan's eyes turned blood-red the moment his shout sounded. Blood-red threads continued to spread out and rapidly gathered in his eyes. Gradually, they turned into a huge blood-red tiger. It opened its bloody mouth and roared at the sky. Immediately after, the blood-colored tiger shot out and transformed into the shape of a giant tiger between heaven and earth. The giant tiger stepped on heaven and earth, and its entire body surged with the color of blood. Its bloody mouth was like a black hole that could suck in anything, and there was no way for it to escape. Although this blood tiger spirit tattoo was cruder than the previous immortal crane spirit tattoo, the power it contained was stronger. After all, this was the second spirit tattoo that Jean Lan had condensed. Even if it was not as profound as the first one, it was stronger. The appearance of Jean Lan's blood tiger spirit pattern once again shocked the crowd. After all, the appearance of this spirit pattern was really shocking. It was full of blood and chi. Even many saints at the third level of the elixir realm were afraid of it. It was enough to imagine how powerful it would be if it really attacked. When the blood tiger appeared, Jean Lan's expression became more and more terrifying. He stared at Yen Chutian and finally, he raised his right hand and suddenly pressed down. Suddenly, the huge blood tiger pounced, and its bloody mouth seemed to want to swallow the world, trying to swallow Yen Chutian. Roar! Seeing that the blood tiger was about to swallow him, Yen Chutian's eyes narrowed. This blood tiger spirit pattern was stronger than before. If he used the giant spirit pattern sword again, the situation would become dangerous. It seemed that he could only use the second spirit pattern, the three-legged golden cauldron. At this thought, strange patterns spread in Yen Chutian's eyes and condensed into a three-legged cauldron, which was dazzling with golden light. When the three-legged golden cauldron descended, it attracted the attention of countless disciples. However, compared to the blood tiger, the golden cauldron's momentum was much smaller. But perhaps because of the previous situation, the crowd did not speak rashly. Instead, they kept looking at the two spirit patterns. Under countless expectant gazes, the huge blood-red tiger and the three-legged golden cauldron collided fiercely. The golden aura and the blood-red aura collided fiercely, and a huge aftershock surged out like water ripples, unable to calm down for a long time. But how could the crowd's sight be blocked by the aftershock? Instead, they stared at the center, at the collision of the two spirit patterns. It could be vaguely seen that the blood tiger and the golden cauldron were still colliding with each other. The two forces of different colors were constantly eroding each other. As long as one side dared to relax a little, the other side would quickly invade like a mad dog, leaving no room for maneuver. But the situation was in a stalemate. The two forces did not show any weakness and kept colliding with each other. But in reality, even if it was just this, it was still too shocking for everyone to see Yen Chutian. Not to mention how he was able to condense a second spirit rune at the first level of the Yuan Dan stage. Just the power of this second spirit rune was actually able to clash with Jean Lan's spirit rune. But if that was all, it would be fine. As the two spirit inscriptions continued to clash, Yen Chutian suddenly raised his right arm. The moment he did so, the golden cauldron in his right eye dissipated and strange runes appeared once again. Following that, the shape of a heavy sword appeared once again. Seeing this scene, Jean Lan suddenly had a very bad feeling, because this situation was usually a sign of the power of the spirit pattern. but the other party was clearly activating the power of the spirit pattern to collide with him. How could he still have the power to activate another spirit pattern? Buzz! A buzzing sound finally resounded. After the buzzing sound subsided, the heavy sword spirit rune that had disappeared not long ago finally reappeared. Yen Chutian had actually activated another spirit rune. How could this be? Great waves finally surged in Jean Lan's heart. He had never thought that the other party could actually activate two spiritual tattoos at the same time. But how was this possible? How could he, who had fought against him with the power of the spiritual tattoos, have the strength to activate another spiritual tattoo? How could this be? He actually activated the sword-shaped spirit pattern again? It's too unbelievable to activate two spirit patterns at the same time. Could it be that he, who is only at the first level of the elixir, is stronger than Jean Lan, who is at the fourth level of the elixir? Looking at this scene, Han Chen's old face was shaken. The shock that Yen Chutian had given him was simply too much. Activating two spirit runes at the same time was something that could only happen when one's attainments in spirit runes had reached a certain level. And this scene, he actually saw Yen Chutian, who was only at the first level of the elixir. It was really, not to mention the elders of the northern and southern region, even Zhu Yun's expression changed slightly. Even his usually calm face could not hide his shock. As one of the vice-sect leaders of the Heaven's Secret Sect, he naturally paid attention to the movements in the Heaven's Secret Sect. Therefore, he also knew that a name had recently appeared in the southern region. However, before he came into contact with Yen Chutian, he only thought that this Yen Chutian was an ordinary disciple who was somewhat exaggerated. However, now that he really met him, he realized that the truth was actually more shocking than the rumors. In this way, the Heaven's Secrets gathering this time was more suspenseful than before. With Yen Chutian and his equally famous senior sister, plus Luo Shui, the final result of the Heaven's Secrets gathering was really uncertain. Damn it! Jean Lan gritted his teeth and shouted. However, at this time, he could not summon any other power to fight against the giant sword spirit inscription. Therefore, when the giant sword spirit inscription slashed down, he could only watch as it blasted towards him, shattering his protective spiritual power and turning it into nothingness. Chapter 172. When Jean Lan spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, it also announced that he had lost the battle on the arena. Both spiritual inscriptions were defeated in his disbelief. How could he, who was suffering from the backlash, fight with all his strength? However, this result was too shocking. Who would have thought that Jean Lan, who was almost certain to win in the eyes of most people, would be turned around? The disciples of the North region, who were arrogant before Yen Chutian and Jean Lan's battle, now had ugly expressions on their faces and were speechless. And the same as them were those disciples of the southern region who were clamoring that Yen Chutian was the disgrace of the southern region. Right now, their thoughts were the most complicated. Who would have thought that this cowardly tortoise whom they didn't dare to accept the challenge would actually defeat Jean Lan in the Tianji Gathering fair and square? He defeated Jean Lan and finally won a ray of light for the south region after continuous failures. Among the spectating disciples of the South region, Zhou Qing was excited. She cheered Yen Chutian's name with all her might. Following her, the surrounding disciples of the South region were also motivated. This time, it was really all the disciples of the South region, because Yen Chutian had won the glory for them from the North region. He was worthy of such cheers. Luo Shui, who was also a top saint, looked over with her beautiful eyes. Because Yen Chutian had defeated Jean Lan, it seemed that she had finally started to take him seriously. Even Su Jian had a dignified look in his eyes at this time. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Originally, he thought that Yen Chutian would be defeated miserably and bring great shame to the South region. Who would have thought that the final result would be like this? However, no matter how complicated it was, there was still a trace of hostility in his eyes. He did not know when it started, but he had already stood in the position of hostility. No matter how amazing Yan Chutian's performance was, it would not change this. Moreover, even without Yan Chutian, he, Su Jian, was confident that he would win the glory for the South region. Yan Chu, the saint of the South region, wins. Finally, a dignified voice rang out amidst the cheers and announced the result. Because of this announcement, the cheers of the Southern region's disciples became even louder. In contrast, the Northern region's disciples were gloomy. Even the top holy princes were humiliated. They were humiliated because their holy prince had lost to the Southern region's holy prince. Ha ha! Northern region elder, are you satisfied with the result of this battle? When the result was announced, Han Chun laughed heartily. His eyes were filled with pride as he looked at the elder of the Northern region who had just mocked him. The elder from the Northern region could only remain silent because they had lost the battle. However, they had spoken so confidently during the battle, so they naturally couldn't refute him. However, the Northern region camp did not remain silent. Eventually, an elder spoke up and said in a low voice, "Elder Han, the Tianji Association can't rely on one person to turn the world upside down. A single disciple won't be able to decide the outcome of the battle. My Southern region naturally won't only have one disciple. This time, your Northern region better not think of taking away Tianji's victory so easily." "Very well, let's wait and see." The elders from the Northern and Southern region were at loggerheads with each other. Vice-sect leader Zhu Yun completely ignored them because there was no lack of competition in any sect. The fittest would survive, and the unfit would naturally be eliminated. If they didn't do so, their entire Tianji sect might be eliminated from the Central Plains and decline. Since the upper echelons had such an attitude, the lower holy princes and disciples were naturally the same. After a moment of silence, the holy princes of the Northern region glared at them coldly. How could they, who had always been arrogant, allow themselves to be defeated by the trash of the Southern region? In the next instant, a tall figure flew out from the Northern region holy prince's camp and landed on the platform. He glanced at the top holy princes of the Southern region and shouted coldly, "Wang Kuan, the top holy prince of the Northern region, who will compete with me in the fourth battle?" As soon as Wang Kuan appeared, he received cheers from the disciples of the Northern region. Wang Kuan was extremely famous in the Northern region, and he was even more famous than the previous three holy princes. The disciples of the Northern region believed that with him, this battle was in the bag. When Wang Kuan appeared, Su Jian from the Southern region glanced at Yan Chutian, who had returned with a slightly pale complexion. Immediately, he leaped into the air as a black longsword whizzed through the air. He was the first to land on the stage before Su Jian followed closely behind. Su Jian's reaction was also arrogant and domineering. He glanced coldly at Wang Kuan and said mockingly, "How can you casually shout out the order of the battle when the numbers are drawn?" Wang Kuan was speechless and could only glare at Su Jian with an even colder gaze. However, although Wang Kuan was arrogant, he did not lose his sense of propriety. After all, he had heard of Su Jian's name. He was one of the best in the Southern region. Perhaps he would have looked down on the Southern region before, but after Yan Chutian astonishingly defeated Jin Lan, he understood that if he continued to look down on the Southern region, the zombie worm might really revive again. "Su Jian, the top holy prince of the Northern region? I'd like to see how powerful your so-called yin-yang sword technique is. Haha, I'll naturally satisfy you." As soon as his voice fell, an incomparably grand and huge battle began. From the sweep of Hao Han's spiritual energy to the collision of their spiritual inscriptions, the two of them fought back and forth. In this battle, Su Jian displayed a shocking strength. He actually didn't fall into a disadvantageous position from the beginning to the end, and even suppressed Wang Kuan. This situation made Wang Kuan feel extremely humiliated. He was the top holy prince of the Northern region. How could he lose to the holy prince of the southern region? Jinlan was his example. If he failed as well, he would no longer have a foothold in the northern region. Therefore, his subsequent attacks became more and more violent. Powerful aura circulated around every move. Perhaps even a cultivator at the third level of elixir would not be able to withstand the suppression of such a powerful aura and would be suppressed by it. However, even if Wang Kun used his full strength, Su Jian did not panic. His left palm suddenly brushed past the black sword in his hand, and in an instant, a bright and colorful white soft sword appeared in his left palm. One black and one white, two swords appeared at the same time. The appearance of the black and white swords in Su Jian's hands was not a secret, because this was the time when the full power of his yin-yang sword technique was displayed. Ever since the black and white swords appeared at the same time, the aura that Su Jian exuded was also different from before. It became cold, emotionless, and silent. After this result, the sword technique that he displayed became extremely fierce. With each slash, he actually suppressed Wang Kun continuously, causing him to continuously take a few steps back. In the end, Wang Kun was cut down by Su Jian's sword. A glaring blood flowed along the white sword and splattered into the sky. Accompanied by Wang Kun's painful groan, he smashed into the arena. Wang Kun covered his chest. There was a glaring and hideous wound there. Not only did it tear open his clothes, but it also tore open his chest, causing blood to flow non-stop. Damn it! Wang Kun gritted his teeth and shouted. How could he have thought that he would end up like this in the battle with Su Jian? He was even more miserable than Jinlan. He had been defeated miserably from the beginning to the end. However, regardless of whether Wang Kun was convinced or not, the black sword in Su Jian's hand was still raised. It carried rolling spiritual power and hung above Wang Kun's head. As long as Su Jian wanted to, he could cut off Wang Kun's head at any time. In the face of the threat of life and death, Wang Kun could only lower his arrogant head in the end. He said dejectedly, I admit defeat. When the word admit defeat escaped his mouth, the southern region's disciples suddenly erupted into earth-shattering cheers. Who would have thought that the southern region's holy sun would defeat the northern region's holy sun right after Yan Chutian? This was really a pleasant surprise. Along with the cheers, the northern region's disciples were still lifeless, just like the southern region's. How could they have thought that after successive victories, they would be welcomed with successive defeats? Could it be that this heavenly opportunity was really an opportunity for the southern region to turn things around? The northern region's elder, who had been talking coldly to Han Chen just now, had a gloomy expression. Even he had not thought that the northern region would lose to the southern region once again. Why were the northern region's disciples so strange this time? However, he was still very confident in his northern region's holy sun. The true powerhouses had not appeared yet. When they stepped onto the arena one by one, they would definitely make the southern region's disciples feel despair. Did he win as well? Chapter 173. Su Jian had defeated Wang Kun, and this result shocked everyone. However, compared to Yan Chutian, Su Jian's victory was still acceptable. After all, Su Jian was a top saint who had made a name for himself in the southern region for a long time, and he was quite famous even in the northern region. However, even if they could accept it, the northern region disciples were still unable to remain calm. Could it be that this heavenly opportunity had really become the southern region's chance to turn things around? Humph. The southern region is just struggling at death's door. When the top saints of our northern region show their strength, they will definitely be powerless to resist. The real top saints have yet to enter the arena. When they appear, these southern region saints will definitely have no chance of turning things around. Just wait, the southern region's good luck is about to end. The northern region disciples vied with each other. Before they could finish speaking, they cheered again when they saw another northern region saint enter the arena. However, when the result was revealed after a long time, these clamoring northern region disciples were ruthlessly slapped in the face. Because the person fighting with their northern region saint was Mu Wan. With Mu Wan's strength, after an intense battle, she finally defeated the northern region saint and obtained victory in this battle. As Mu Wan left the arena, Luo Shui leaped onto the arena. Yan Chutian couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this scene. It seemed that the southern region would obtain consecutive victories in these 4 consecutive arena battles. The final result was indeed within Yan Chutian's expectations. With Luo Shui's strength, she ultimately suppressed her opponent and obtained victory. However, after these 4 consecutive victories, the southern region's strength seemed to have been completely exhausted. Next, they faced 3 consecutive crushing defeats. The 3 saints who entered the arena were almost completely crushed by the northern region's top saint. This situation caused the northern region disciples to involuntarily let out wild cheers of joy. After a long period of defeat, their northern region saints finally displayed the strength that they should have. However, after 3 consecutive victories, when the last top saint of the northern region stepped onto the arena, the result was that he was defeated by the southern region saint again. Yan Chutian didn't know this southern region holy prince, but he had seen him before. When he entered the sect's treasury, this black-robed holy prince was standing beside Luo Shui, and they seemed to be very close. Now it seemed that those who were related to Luo Shui were not simple people. However, the disciples of the North and South region didn't care so much. They only cared about this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The South region had completely overturned their usual situation. Even if they didn't have the upper hand, they were now evenly matched with the Holy Son of the North region. It should be known that in the past, when had the Northern region not crushed the Southern region? Otherwise, how could the Southern region be suppressed to such an extent? But this time, the situation was completely reversed. Hence, the bad premonition in the hearts of the Northern region's disciples grew stronger and stronger. Could it be that the Southern region had unleashed all of their power and this time, the Tianji meeting was going to suppress the Northern region no matter what? Haha, this time, the Holy Son of the Southern region is not bad. A Northern region elder said to the Southern region elder with a fake smile. Hearing this, the Southern region elder immediately replied in the same way. Northern region elder, you flatter me. Speaking of which, it should be the Holy Son of the Northern region. Why is he so much weaker than before? Before the Southern region elder could finish his words, a dangerous aura quickly filled the air from both sides, as if they were ready to fight. In fact, both sides were already used to it. It would be strange if the northern and southern region could coexist peacefully. The end of the first round of the Tianji meeting also announced the end of the day's competition. The Tianji meeting only held 1 round of competition each day. This was to allow the top holy sons participating in the Tianji meeting to have sufficient time to adjust their condition. Of course, if too many top holy sons were eliminated from one side, then the remaining holy sons would have to face the possibility of multiple rounds of competition. However, the world was like this. It seemed fair, but how could it be completely fair? At the end of the day's competition, the northern and southern region's boundary that had been connected was once again sealed. Only the huge arena that spanned the northern and southern regions still existed. However, the center of the arena was divided into 2 by the boundary. There were many glaring marks on the arena. Those were all left behind after the Holy Sons competition today. Just by looking at these marks, it was not difficult to understand how intense the battle between the Holy Sons of the northern and southern region had been. However, no matter what, this could not change the fact that after the first round of the Tianji meeting, the southern region had unexpectedly tied with the northern region. This was a situation that had only happened many years ago. But now, the southern region had actually created such a result again? When the news spread back to the northern region, the disciples who could not watch the competition for various reasons were shocked and humiliated. They could not accept that the northern region had not suppressed the southern region. Could it be that the Tianji meeting this time would allow them to turn the tables? When the news also spread to the southern region, the other disciples were pleasantly surprised. All along, the southern region had been pushed aside and suppressed by the northern region. They could barely raise their heads. However, in the Tianji meeting, at least after the first round, the southern region could now openly raise their heads and look directly at the northern region. Ha ha ha, this time, let's see what the northern region disciples have to say. Didn't they always look down on the southern region and even vainly attempt to destroy us? Su Jian, Luo Shui, Shin Kong, and the other holy sons did not disappoint us. They defeated the holy sons of the northern region and showed the might of the southern region. Speaking of which, the most shocking ones should be Yan Chu and that holy daughter Xiao Yu. At first, I thought that they just barely managed to squeeze into the top 10 holy sons. But now, it seems that this is clearly the case. Who said otherwise? Elder Han Chun has really brought back two amazing disciples. Both of them can fight above their cultivation level. Even the elixir stage cannot erase this kind of shocking ability. If both of their cultivation levels reach the 4th level of the elixir stage, I'm afraid that even the top holy sons of the northern region can only obediently surrender, right? Sigh, this is also an impossible matter. So perhaps this time we still have to rely on Luo Shui and the other top holy sons. After all, their foundations are much deeper. That's right, while the northern and southern region disciples were discussing animatedly, Yan Chutian and Mu Wan had already returned to the cave. The two of them did not have any unnecessary conversation. Both of them entered the depths of the cave and rapidly adjusted their bodies. Then, they recalled the comprehension of today's battle. Every battle was a battle that could not be underestimated. It was also a battle that was full of suspense. And this kind of battle was the best way to sharpen a cultivator. For Yan Chutian and Mu Wan, it was the same. Carefully recalling the battle, the day turned into night. Yan Chutian slowly opened his eyes in the middle of the night and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been brewing for a long time. The cultivation of the mystic yang qi condensation stage was not something that could be done overnight. The same went for the mystic yang body, mystic yang qi, spirit runes, and so on. Perhaps the only thing that could be improved in a short period of time was his cultivation level. Thinking about it, it had been some time since he broke through to the first level of the elixir stage. Now, his cultivation level was not at the initial level of the elixir stage, but at the upper middle level. If he studied it carefully, he might be able to break through. With this thought, Yan Chutian took action. He used the remaining half of the night to try to break through his cultivation level. However, whether he could break through was also unknown. Midnight quietly passed by and the next day's dawn slowly arrived. When the sun rose, the atmosphere of the Heavenly Secrets sect, which had never been quiet, suddenly became incomparably noisy. Today was the second round of Tianji's battle. The disciples of the northern region all hoped that they could wash away the humiliation they had suffered yesterday. As long as they could eliminate the holy princes of the southern region, the northern region would still be the arrogant northern region. The southern region wouldn't be able to make a comeback. As for the southern region disciples, they naturally hoped that yesterday's surprise would continue. Perhaps this Heavenly Secrets battle would really be the opportunity for the southern region to make a comeback. The sun gradually rose. When the light became brighter and even hotter, a large number of northern and southern region disciples were already eagerly waiting on both sides of the huge arena that was separated by the boundary. They did not have to wait for long. Very soon, the elders of the northern and southern region appeared. Just like yesterday, they opened the boundary and connected the northern and southern regions together again. Chapter 174. When Mu Wan and Yan Chutian did not appear, Zhu Yun could not help but cast a puzzled look in the direction of the southern region elders. However, even Han Chen did not know the reason. On the surface, they seemed to have a master-disciple relationship, but only he knew that their relationship was just a transaction. Seeing that the two from the southern region had not appeared, the northern region camp could not help but seize the opportunity to ridicule them. Even the 5 Chosens looked at them with mocking gazes. In their opinion, the reason why they did not appear was because they were afraid of the battle. After all, the 5 of them were a level stronger than the 5 who were eliminated yesterday. Some commotion broke out in the direction of the southern region disciples. However, perhaps because of the 2's battle results yesterday, these voices were very soft. However, as time passed, the commotion involuntarily became louder and louder. It was only at a certain moment when the 2 masters of this matter suddenly appeared that the commotion was cut off. Deputy Sect Leader, Elders, I was delayed by some matters and delayed the heavenly opportunity. I am truly sorry. As soon as he appeared, Yen Chutian gracefully bowed to everyone. Hearing this, the northern region elders sneered, but they could not say much. After all, the real person in charge was still Zhu Yun. Although Zhu Yun did not understand why Yen Chutian and Mu Wan were late, he did not say much. He immediately nodded lightly and motioned for the 2 to enter the camp of the southern region Chosens. As soon as they entered, Su Jian's sarcastic words were heard. Since he was late, Yen Chutian could not say much and could only ignore him. However, to Yen Chutian's surprise, the black-robed man, Shin Kong, who seemed to have a good relationship with Luo Shui, suddenly looked over and said indifferently, "Your aura is very unstable now. I think you should have tried to break through last night. It's good to break through, but it's not stable for you to deal with those guys from the northern region in your current state." Yen Chutian looked over and saw a faint smile on Shin Kong's face. His tone and expression didn't contain the slightest hint of ridicule. Therefore, Yen Chutian could only lightly nod his head and continue, "Many thanks for senior brother Shin's concern. However, junior brother still has some assurance in dealing with today's situation." "That's true. Ever since you entered the southern region, you've been creating many surprises." Before Shin Kong's voice fell, Su Jian's mocking laughter suddenly rang out, "What legend, it's just a small matter, a child's trick. Today, I'd like to see what you can do against those fellows." Yen Chutian directly ignored Su Jian and nodded towards Shin Kong. He then stood beside Mu Wan and waited for the number to be drawn. For the second round, Tianji needed to draw a new number. After a series of actions, Yen Chutian looked at the number 5 in his hand and couldn't help but smile. Being the last to fight on the stage gave him more time to prepare. However, Yen Chutian was secretly laughing. Little did he know that when the light pillar of the light ball in his hand rose up and connected with another light pillar, the numerous northern region disciples revealed a strange smile of schadenfreude at him. Haha! He actually drew Shirlong. Holy Sun Shirlong's strength is enough to rank in the top 3 among the remaining 5 Holy Suns. This southern region Holy Sun's luck is really too good. TSK, defeating Jin Lan yesterday should have been his limit, but Jin Lan had already fought with Shirlong before, and every time, it ended in failure. Humph! What so-called legend of the southern region? Today, it will end in the hands of my northern region Holy Sun. Yen Chutian finally looked in the direction of the light pillar. When he caught a glimpse of that unfamiliar face, although he did not know his identity, he could vaguely guess that this person's status and strength were not small among the holy sons of the northern region. Otherwise, the disciples of the northern region would not be so happy. However, if they thought that this could defeat Yen Chutian, they were underestimating him too much. Along the way, when had he not faced a powerful enemy that he could not defeat? But what was the final result? Since it was the 5th battle, Yen Chutian did not need to rush to the stage. He actually sat cross-legged on the spot and closed his eyes, completely ignoring the others. This scene naturally attracted the attention of many people. Even Su Jian, who was about to enter the stage, did not attract as much attention as Yen Chutian. This made him secretly angry. How could this guy be so good at stealing attention? However, even if he was angry, Su Jian did not show it. That would be unbefitting of him as a holy son. Moreover, if he could defeat the holy son of the northern region, he would naturally become the focus of the crowd again and show off his might as a holy son. Why should he be angry or envious because of this kind of sensationalist behavior? Thinking of this, Su Jian's disdainful eyes coldly swept over Yan Chutian. Then, his eyes locked onto the huge stage that connected the north and the south, and he leaped onto it. At the same time, a figure also entered the stage from the northern region's direction. It was a woman who looked gentle and charming. Even though the woman's clothes clearly covered her entire body, she gave off an extremely seductive feeling. It was as if the person standing in front of the crowd was a weak girl who did not wear anything to cover her body. Disgusting illusion technique. Sitting cross-legged beside Yan Chutian, who had closed his eyes, Mu Wan frowned slightly. She hated this kind of shameless woman the most. Even though she was clearly wearing clothes, what she showed to other men was that kind of seductive appearance. For example, Mu Wan, Loring, and some other women felt disgusted by this. However, while the women were like this, the male disciples were not like this. Some of the male disciples were already feeling hot all over, and the impulse in their hearts could no longer be suppressed. Even Su Jian felt a little dazzled at this moment. It was as if what appeared in front of him was a young girl's delicate and flawless body, waiting for him to carefully comfort her. However, Su Jian was not an ordinary male disciple. Since he was able to become a saint, and one of the top saints, he naturally had something extraordinary about him. Insignificant skill, not worth mentioning. Su Jian snorted coldly, and a big black sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He slashed out with the sword, bringing along a black light screen, and went straight for the beautiful woman. Tsk. Are you really willing to destroy a flower so ruthlessly? The beautiful woman was almost gasping for breath. However, this was obviously just her disguise, and her true attitude was clear. Her pretty face was solemn, and as she waved her jade-like hands, streaks of white light rushed out. This seemingly weak light was like fine iron, and it did not show any signs of weakness when it collided with Su Jian's black sword. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing continued to spread out, and the two people who were fighting had already separated, each standing on one side. Heh. As expected, they are all clumsy illusions that are not worth mentioning. Su Jian sneered again. Hearing this, the beautiful woman also sneered, then smiled charmingly, but her tone was cold. Oh, is that so? Before the beautiful woman could finish her sentence, purple lines began to spread rapidly in her beautiful eyes. In a few breaths of time, they condensed into the shape of a demon fox, and then projected between heaven and earth. This beautiful woman had actually directly used the power of spirit inscriptions. However, how could Su Jian be afraid of the power of spirit inscriptions? It wasn't like he hadn't condensed spirit inscriptions before. The battle between the two continued. Many disciples were watching this fierce battle intently, afraid that they would miss the slightest bit of it. However, during this process, Mu Wan didn't pay any attention to it. She only paid attention to Yan Chutian's state from the beginning to the end. She knew what Yan Chutian was doing. Trying to break through was a difficult thing, and the process couldn't be disturbed. Otherwise, the breakthrough would fail, and in the worst case, it was possible that he would go berserk or even be seriously injured. Therefore, she had to do her best to protect Yan Chutian from being disturbed. Even if no one would dare to make a move in front of everyone, it was better to be safe than sorry. Yan Chutian's mind was calm, and his mind was silent in the depths of his dantian, constantly guiding his majestic spiritual power towards the breakthrough point. However, it was just as the saying said, breaking through was not easy, not to mention that Yan Chutian's cultivation had not reached the peak of the first level of elixir, and was only at the upper middle level. After brewing for a while, the first battle in the arena finally ended. The result of this first battle disappointed countless disciples of the southern region. Su Jian, who had always been strong, was defeated by the beautiful woman in the end. This result was obviously not expected by Su Jian himself. When he spat out blood and retreated, his originally cold and confident face trembled violently. How could he accept that he had actually fallen at this step? However, whether he could accept it or not, the fact was the fact. The beautiful saintess of the northern region had locked onto him with several cold flashes of light. As long as he dared to move, he would face death. Chapter 175. Su Jian's defeat was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the hearts of the southern region disciples. No matter what, Su Jian was a top figure in the southern region. Even if he was not the best, he was definitely in the top 3. However, such a top holy son had lost to the holy son of the northern region. Holy son Su Jian, he actually lost. How can this be? Su Jian is a top figure among the holy sons of the southern region. How can he be eliminated so quickly? Even Su Jian was defeated. This heaven's opportunity competition, what should our southern region do? In contrast to the disappointment of the southern region disciples, the northern region disciples cheered loudly. Ha ha ha, the northern region holy son is indeed unparalleled. How can a mere southern region compete with us? The 5 holy sons of the northern region are all crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Not to mention Su Jian, even the so-called top disciple of the southern region, Luo Shui, will definitely be defeated. The northern region is already stronger than the southern region. The competition between the top holy sons should also be like this. The southern region elders could not help but have mixed feelings when they saw Su Jian leave the arena in defeat. The elders were well aware of Su Jian's strength. However, even he had lost to the holy daughter of the northern region. It could only be said that the holy daughter of the northern region was simply too powerful. In fact, it was understandable. The northern region had always been able to suppress the southern region. Naturally, they had a huge advantage in all aspects. Therefore, the disciples that they could nurture, especially the top disciples, would not be weaker than the southern region. To be honest, the southern region had 2 additional variables this time around. Han Chen's sudden return had brought back 2 more variables. In addition, Su Jian, Shun Kong, and Luo Shui were all nurtured by the southern region's foundation. The defeat of the first round caused the southern region's camp to feel depressed. Fortunately, the next round was soon to arrive. This time, the top disciple of the southern region had always been on the stage, Luo Shui. Luo Shui's appearance immediately reignited the hope of many southern region disciples. After all, Luo Shui was recognized as the top disciple of the southern region. Moreover, along the way she was almost invincible. Otherwise, many disciples and even elders of the southern region would not have regarded her as the greatest hope against the northern region. As Luo Shui stepped onto the arena, a figure flew out from the northern region's camp. It was a handsome young man with a head full of golden hair. His eyes were actually a seductive purple-red color. However, Luo Shui's appearance was too outstanding. Her appearance was so outstanding that the golden-haired youth's eyes was burning Luo Shui's eyes. It's a pity Luo Shui's disciple. It's a pity Luo Shui, Luo Shui, Luo Shui, Luo, 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 Luos, Luo, 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 Luos, Luo, 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 Luo people. By the time she looked at him again, it was already time for her to attack. You are indeed the famous Ice Beauty. Luo Shui's reaction immediately made the golden-haired youth tease her. Although he was teasing her, he did not dare to neglect the spiritual energy in his body. Majestic spiritual energy surged and condensed into a huge light screen to block the attack in front of him. Bang bang bang! The dazzling spiritual energy continued to descend from the sky like a meteor. When it viciously collided with the gigantic light screen, the aura that spread out from the impact was enough to make any third-level primal core practitioner tremble in fear. Perhaps that single wave of spiritual energy was a terrifying force that they would not be able to withstand. However, the golden-haired youth was obviously not a Elixir Level 3 cultivator. He was one of the top holy sons in the northern region and was one of the best among them. Therefore, no matter how the spiritual energy balls continued to fall, the huge light screen was able to forcibly block them all. It was only when Luo Shue's jade-like palm suddenly slammed down with a cold glint in her eyes that the dazzling blade-like cold air forcefully slashed down that the light screen was torn apart. However, the golden-haired youth did not panic in the face of this. As his spiritual energy surged, spiritual light screens continued to appear. As his body retreated, they blocked the impact of the blade one by one. In the end, they were annihilated at the same time. After doing this, the golden-haired youth landed on the arena again. He then looked at Luo Shui and laughed softly. "Luo Shui, it's not that easy to defeat me." Hearing this, Luo Shui still did not say a word. However, there seemed to be a trace of anger on her beautiful face that had always been cold. Luo Shui's battle on the arena attracted too much attention. In the team of Southern Region disciples, Loring clenched her jade-like hands and looked at the scene on the arena nervously. She did not want to move her eyes away for a moment. Like Loring, Luo Qingyi among the elders also stared at the scene on the arena. This was the disciple she valued the most, and she had put in a lot of effort into. As the battle continued, Luo Shui displayed her own excellence. Even though the golden-haired youth's cultivation was extremely strong, she was always able to contend with him. Even when the golden-haired youth inadvertently revealed a few loopholes, she was able to use them to launch her own fierce attacks. This situation naturally caused the golden-haired youth's originally calm face to become a little ugly. This was because he suddenly realized that Luo Shui's degree of difficulty seemed to have exceeded his original expectations. Then, an even more unbelievable scene appeared. Luo Shui, who had found another loophole, suddenly unleashed a series of powerful attacks. Then, with the power of the spiritual inscriptions, an ice crystal-long zither appeared under her skirt. Her jade-like hands gently plucked the zither and instantly, waves of powerful waves spread out and continuously shook the golden-haired youth away. Even though the golden-haired youth hurriedly used the power of the spiritual inscriptions, this was like a battle between top experts. He was already in a passive position, so the following situation was extremely passive. Therefore, the golden-haired youth's ending seemed to be destined. In the battle of the spiritual inscriptions, he was eventually suppressed by Luo Shui, and the second spiritual inscription was also shattered. Luo Shui defeated the golden-haired youth. This result made the Southern Region disciples happy. Finally, the situation they were most worried about did not happen. At least, Luo Shui did not disappoint them. Compared to the Southern Region disciples, the Northern Region disciples could not help but fall silent. No one had expected the situation to be reversed so quickly. Therefore, they could only remain silent and wait for the third battle to begin. The Southern Region's representative for the third battle was Mu Wan. Therefore, Mu Wan could only temporarily look away from Yan Chutian and sweep her gaze towards the huge arena. Her jade-like feet lightly stepped on the ground and swept into the center. After sweeping into the arena, another figure appeared from the Northern Region's side. It was a figure surrounded by a golden aura. As the aura circulated, a huge sense of oppression spread out. It was also at the same level as the golden-haired youth. Because of this, the Southern Region disciples could not help but think highly of Mu Wan. After all, no matter how strong Mu Wan was in their eyes, it was impossible for her to reach Luo Shui's level. If she could not reach Luo Shui's level, how could she win? However, even if they did not think highly of Mu Wan, they were very satisfied with Mu Wan. With a cultivation of level 3 elixir, she could reach this stage. Other than her abnormal junior brother, who could compare to her? Moreover, Mu Wan's appearance was also peerless. Compared to Luo Shui, she was not the slightest bit inferior. How could a beauty's popularity be low? However, the result of this battle was destined to shock countless people. Mu Wan did not show any signs of weakness in the battle against the northern region's Holy Sun. As they continued to exchange blows, she suppressed the northern region's Holy Sun and defeated him in the end. When Mu Wan defeated the Holy Sun of the northern region, countless southern region disciples were shocked, and so were the northern region disciples. Compared to the southern region disciples, the northern region disciples were not only shocked, but also in disbelief. How could they accept that their Holy Sun from the northern region had actually lost to the southern region's Holy Sun? Furthermore, it was by the strong side. How could this be? However, no matter what, the truth was the truth. Mu Wan's victory was not fake, and the northern region's Holy Sun's defeat was not fake either. Therefore, the words, "Little you," rang out in the mouths of the southern region disciples. Even the commotion caused by Luo Shui just now was not enough. After all, the southern region disciples were more or less prepared for Luo Shui's victory. However, Mu Wan's victory was completely out of everyone's expectations. Mu Wan flew back to Yan Chutian's side. Mu Wan's reaction was the same as before. However, this was only in the eyes of outsiders. When Yan Chutian opened his eyes and looked at Mu Wan, he immediately realized something and exclaimed, "Qiu Yu? You recognized me. I'll give you full marks." Chapter 176. Yan Chutian immediately recognized Qiu Yu's identity when he felt the familiar aura and the unique sense of familiarity. Now that he thought about it, it was no wonder that he could vaguely sense the change in Mu Wan's aura even when he was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. It was probably at that moment that Qiu Yu's consciousness finally broke through Mu Wan's suppression and regained control of this body. While Yan Chutian was still in a daze, Qiu Yu suddenly lowered her delicate body and looked down at Yan Chutian. Her rosy lips opened slightly and a trace of hidden danger slowly came out. "What, you don't want me to come out?" No, of course not." Hearing this, Yan Chutian repeatedly shook his head and denied it. He knew very well the consequences of offending Qiu Yu. Without a doubt, even if he dared to hesitate for a moment, Qiu Yu's unruly temperament would immediately flip out. Seeing that he answered very quickly and was in a cross-legged state to seek a breakthrough, Qiu Yu didn't do anything in the end and only said softly, "That's good." Saying this, she slightly raised her beautiful eyes and looked in the direction of the northern region, where the morale was somewhat low. Finally, her gaze locked onto Shilong, who was going to fight with Yan Chutian in the 5th round. She said indifferently, "How is it? Are you confident in fighting him? If you really can't, I may be able to help you secretly." Although Qiu Yu and Mu Wan were one body, to be exact, she was much more powerful than Mu Wan. The things that she knew and could use were countless more. Even when her consciousness was constantly recovering, Mu Wan could still share some of her memories. However, compared to what she truly grasped, it was just a drop in the ocean. Therefore, Qiu Yu dared to say that she would secretly help Yan Chutian in such an occasion because she was very confident in her own ability. Even if the elders who were watching were stronger than her, she could still deceive them. But before she could finish her sentence, she saw Yan Chutian shake his head. Yan Chutian still had the same thought in his mind. Letting Qiu Yu use those abilities without restraint was really too much of a burden on Mu Wan's body. Furthermore, he was certain that there were lackeys from the heaven realm hiding in the central plains. If Mu Wan used these abilities and was discovered, then the two of them would be in an extremely dangerous situation. After all, no matter what, the two of them were only at the primal core realm. However, even though that was the case, Yan Chutian wouldn't say it out loud. Instead, he said, "There's no need. My senior sister Xiaoyu doesn't need to act against a mere northern region Holy Sun. My strength is more than enough." Yan Chutian's sudden intimate words made Qiu Yu's face turn red. After a moment of bashfulness, she said with a snort, Humph, then be careful. Don't make a fool of yourself when the time comes. Ha ha, Yen Chutian also laughed softly. Then, he closed his eyes again. He was still accumulating spiritual energy for a breakthrough, and he was almost at the edge of the boundary. He just didn't know if he could make it in time for the 5th round of the competition. At the same time, the commotion caused by Chiu Yu's victory continued to spread among the crowd. No one would have thought that the southern region would win this round again. As a result, the southern region was in the lead. 2 holy sons had advanced to the next round, while the northern region only had 1. How can this be? I'm a proud northern region holy son. Don't tell me that I can't suppress the southern region, which has been struggling at death's door? The result is definitely not like this. This time, the southern region definitely got lucky. The remaining 2 rounds will definitely be won by our northern region holy son. He will defeat the other 2 in the next round tomorrow. That's right. How can the northern region holy son lose to someone from the southern region? The southern region holy son's side was enraged. None of the southern region disciples had expected that Chiu Yu would actually defeat the northern region holy son. As a result, as long as the southern region holy son won 1 more round in the next 2 rounds, they would be able to suppress the northern region in terms of points. As a result, the 4th round was extremely eye-catching. Even the elders of the northern and southern region, as well as Zhu Yun, fixed their gazes on the 2 people who were about to enter the arena. The southern region's opponent was the black-robed holy son, Shin Kong. Very little news about him spread to the outside world, and every time he did, it was not sensationalism. Instead, it was true battle result. As a result, he was able to secure his position as the top holy son early on. Shin Kong's opponent was a pale-faced, skeleton-like man. However, not a single disciple dared to mock him because he was the number 1 holy son of the northern region, Honggu, just like Luo Shui. The reason why Honggu was able to become the number 1 holy son in the fiercely competitive northern region was because even though his cultivation was only at the 4th level of elixir, it was rumored that he had already begun to condense his 3rd spiritual rune. Moreover, he was the only one in the entire Heaven's secret sect. Holy Son Honggu, defeat that southern region disciple. Go for it, Holy Son Honggu! As soon as Honggu entered the arena, incomparably enthusiastic cheers rang out from the northern region's side. Even the elders of the northern region, who had locked their gazes on him, revealed looks of satisfaction in their eyes. This was because they really could not find fault with Honggu. At the same time, they also believed that there would be no suspense in this battle. This was because ever since he had entered the sect, he had never lost a battle. Just from this point alone, he was somewhat similar to Yen Chutian. After the cheers subsided, Honggu looked at Shin Kong with his similarly pale eyes and said something that caused an uproar among the southern region disciples. You are no match for me. As soon as these words were spoken, even though the southern region disciples agreed that Honggu was terrifying, they still let out angry roars. No matter how strong you are, you have not even started the battle to come to a conclusion. You are looking down on us, the holy son of the southern region. While the southern region disciples were in an uproar, Shin Kong's expression was calm. He slowly removed his black robe and looked at Honggu with a pair of extremely indifferent eyes. He also slowly said, "Perhaps I am not your match, but in the end, we still have to fight to determine the victor." Hearing this, Honggu did not say anything. He only moved his body slightly, and a dense white aura rapidly revolved around his body, wrapping around his body. Faintly, there seemed to be a ghost-like wail and wolf-like howl that spread out, causing people to tremble in fear. When Honggu moved, Shin Kong's expression also became solemn. It could even be said that he became serious. Against Honggu, even he did not have the slightest confidence that he could win. An intense battle quickly unfolded. After an unknown period of time, the battle gradually came to an end. When the battle ended, Hong Gu's majestic body did not move, but Shin Kong's stable body suddenly trembled. Following this, a dense white handprint slowly appeared on his back and gradually disappeared. This situation had already announced the result. Hong Gu had defeated Shin Kong. "You are no match for me," Hong Gu's cold voice rang out once again. It was as if there was not the slightest bit of emotion in it, as if he was only stating a fact. After defeating Shin Kong and saying such words, the commotion caused by Hong Gu was only shock. There was no more uproar. Not to mention the excited and cheering North Region disciples, even the many South Region disciples were shocked. They had no choice but to admit that Hong Gu was powerful from the bottom of their hearts. Hong Gu was so powerful. If Chiao Yu or Luo Shui were to fight against him, what chance would they have of winning? Looking at Hong Gu, who had won from the corner of her eyes, Chiao Yu's pretty face became slightly solemn. Hong Gu's strength was probably the strongest in the entire Tianji sect. Even Luo Shui might not be a match for him. Even if she were to fight against him now, if she did not use all her strength, she could not guarantee that she would win. However, now was not the time to worry about this. The fourth battle was over and the next battle should belong to Yan Chutian. At this time, Yan Chutian was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Therefore, she could only try her best not to disturb Yan Chutian's state. She whispered to him, "Yan Chutian, the fifth battle is about to begin." Before Chiao Yu finished speaking, Yan Chutian opened his eyes. At this time, he had yet to break through. His cultivation seemed to be stuck at the critical point of breaking through. This caused Yan Chutian to sigh helplessly. It seemed that even the heavens did not want him to fight peacefully. They had to create some suspense. Finally, the fifth battle on the stage arrived. Many disciples' gazes landed on Yan Chutian and Shilong. The North Region disciples were naturally very confident in Shilong. Even if Shilong was not the best holy son, he was still in the top 3 and was very powerful. Compared to the confidence of the North Region disciples, the South Region disciples did not think that Yan Chutian had much hope. After all, in everyone's opinion, Yan Chutian had already exhausted all his strength to defeat the Holy Son of the North Region yesterday. Chapter 177. Therefore, before the battle even started, the disciples of the North Region felt that victory was already decided. Even though 2 people from the South Region had unexpectedly entered the third round, there were only 2 of them, while the North Region, including Shilong who was about to win, had a total of 3 people. 3 against 2. Although the result was not satisfactory, it was still acceptable. Because in this way, the Northern Region was still suppressing the Southern Region. In the sky, the elders of the North Region secretly felt relieved as they watched the situation. No matter what, the North Region was not overthrown by the South Region, which had always been suppressing them. In this way, they finally saved their face. Although Han Chen was annoyed by this, he couldn't say anything even though he opened his mouth. Because even though Yan Chutian had created too many miracles, the situation in front of him was still close to a dead end. Without seeing it for themselves, no one would believe that Yan Chutian had the possibility of defeating Shilong. Therefore, to be honest, perhaps only a few people still believed in Yan Chutian, and coincidentally, they were all women. In short, Yan Chutian finally stepped onto the huge arena and appeared in front of everyone. When he stepped onto the arena, the top saint of the North Region, Shilong, also stepped on the platform under his feet and used the huge rebound force to leap into the air and onto the arena. As soon as he stepped onto the arena, Shilong's arrogant eyes locked onto Yan Chutian, and then he said in the same arrogant tone, "Scum of the South Region, today is the day I, Shilong, end your good luck." There was no lack of people in the North Region who were extremely hostile to the South Region, and this Shilong was obviously one of them, so he did not show any mercy to Yan Chutian and mocked him with all his strength. Since the other party was so rampant, Yan Chutian naturally would not give him the slightest bit of face. With a cold glare, he instantly spat out disdainfully, Is there only one chosen son in the northern region who speaks so arrogantly? Yan Chutian's words were shocking. Not only were the northern region disciples shocked, but the elders were also slightly taken aback. Soon after, they revealed cold sneers. They obviously did not expect that Yan Chutian would be so arrogant and say such shocking words. Therefore, the elders of the northern region couldn't help but look at Han Chun. They sneered and said, "Elder Han's disciple is really extraordinary. How dare he look down on our holy son?" Hearing this, Han Chun felt helpless in his heart. He did not expect Yan Chutian to suddenly say such words. However, no matter what, Yan Chutian had brought glory to the southern mountain range. Thus, Han Chun simply replied with a cold smile, supporting Yan Chutian. It's inevitable for young people to be frivolous. Moreover, compared to the saints of the northern region, it's nothing. The northern region's elder sneered and didn't say anything else. In his opinion, the moment Shilong defeated Yan Chutian would naturally be the moment the southern region lost all face. Let's see what kind of words the defeated southern region disciples could say at that time. At the same time, Shilong, who was in the arena, was slightly stunned. Then, his eyes gradually narrowed and a cold sneer appeared on his face again. He sneered and said, "I'm really looking forward to seeing how you can still say such words when I step on you under my feet." Before his voice died away, Shilong had already shot up. Majestic spiritual energy surged and a huge pressure suppressed Yan Chutian. The pressure of a level 4 elixir cultivator could probably suppress many level 2 or even level 3 elixir cultivators to the point that they couldn't move. However, Yan Chutian was naturally not that kind of cultivator. Even though his cultivation had not broken through to level 2 elixir, when the pressure came at him, his right foot stomped heavily on the ground, causing a huge wave of spiritual energy to violently collide with the pressure. Boom! At the moment of the collision, amazing energy ripples spread out. However, this collision was obviously just a test. When the energy ripples spread out, muffled sounds of punches hitting flesh could be heard again. When the energy ripples subsided, everyone could see that in the center of the arena, there were two figures constantly bombarding each other with fists, palms, and legs. The muffled sounds came from this collision. The two continued to exchange blows. During this process, many of the southern region disciples, who originally did not have any hope for Yan Chutian, could not help but gradually brighten up. This was because they were surprised to find that in this battle, Yan Chutian did not seem to show any signs of being defeated. At the same time, the northern region disciples' expressions were a little unnatural because they did not see the scene where Shilong almost crushed Yan Chutian as they had expected. Instead, this scene was very similar to yesterday's battle between Yan Chutian and Jinlan. The two were evenly matched, and then Yan Chutian won the battle. Could it be that the scene from yesterday was going to be repeated today? Humph! This situation obviously made Shilong extremely angry. With a cold snort, he attacked more aggressively. As he raised his hand, a spiritual energy dragon suddenly appeared. It opened its huge mouth and tried to swallow Yan Chutian. As the spiritual energy dragon attacked, Yan Chutian met it with his fists. However, this was naturally not an ordinary fist. The second-grade mysterious yang body was not simple. Bang! The fist collided with the spiritual energy dragon. However, the seemingly powerful spiritual energy dragon was directly torn apart by Yan Chutian's fist. It turned into light spots and quickly dissipated. Seeing that his attack had failed, Shilong became even more angry. He immediately made a seal, and the ground around his feet continued to ripple with spiritual energy. As the ripples spread, a huge spiritual energy hand slowly rose and then pressed down on Yan Chutian. Seeing the huge hand pressing down, Yan Chutian's eyes narrowed slightly. He then raised his arm, and wisps of mysterious yang qi continued to flow into his right arm. When the power was accumulated to a certain extent, it suddenly erupted. Mysterious yang hand. The seemingly thin palm suddenly burst out with an incomparably majestic power and collided with the spiritual energy giant hand. Boom boom! The turbulent spiritual energy ripples crazily spread out, and the result of this collision was out of everyone's expectations. The two palm-sized forces collided, and the result was that the spiritual energy giant hand immediately collapsed. The seemingly thin palm carried an extremely terrifying power, and it went straight for Shurlong. This sudden situation not only shocked everyone, but also shocked Shurlong. After all, he never thought that his attack would be defeated by his opponent. However, as a top holy son, Shurlong's reaction was naturally faster than ordinary people. He suddenly recovered and immediately urged the spiritual energy in his body. The spiritual energy surged out and turned into an armor that covered his body. After condensing such a defense, Shurlong was slightly relieved. He thought that with such a defense, he would no longer have to worry about his opponent's attack. It was just that he would never have thought that when Yan Chutian struck out with the profound Yang hand, his body did not stop moving. Wisps of pure profound Yang Qi rapidly poured into his right arm. Although it was the accumulation of profound Yang Qi, it was different this time because what he was going to use this time was the profound Yang finger. Mysterious Yang finger. Without any explanation, Yan Chutian suddenly roared. When his roar fell, the power that he had been accumulating for a long time burst out from his two fingertips, turning into two mysterious waves that rushed towards Shurlong at an extremely fast speed. Bang! In everyone's eyes, the remaining power of the mysterious Yang hand was blocked by the spiritual energy defense around Shurlong's body. However, immediately after, the inexplicable wave burst out and ruthlessly smashed on the spiritual energy armor. It actually immediately pierced through the armor and sent him flying. When Shurlong staggered and landed on the ground, his face was full of disbelief. How could he imagine that his defense would be broken through by his opponent? Just how fierce was that attack? But the more shocked he was, the more shame he felt. He had just said that he would suppress the other party, but now he had become like this. How could it be that his words from before had become one big slap after another that resoundingly slapped his face? Damn it! Shurlong gritted his teeth and roared. He suddenly raised his face and his eyes were full of blood-red color. Coiling dragon blood tattoo. When his eyes were blood-red, the power of the spiritual tattoo had already been activated by Shurlong. A coiling dragon pattern gradually condensed in his blood-red eyes, then projected between heaven and earth, releasing his evil qi to his heart's content. He did not hesitate to use the power of the spiritual tattoo. It could only be said that the anger in Shurlong's heart had reached a certain level. Otherwise, it would not be like this. However, if it was a competition of the power of the spiritual tattoo, how could Yan Chutian be afraid? Seeing the dragon-shaped blood tattoo appear between heaven and earth, Yan Chutian also let out a breath. Then, the lines in his eyes became faintly discernible, gradually interweaving into a huge heavy sword. Chapter 178. When the huge spiritual sword in Yan Chutian's eyes appeared again, the crowd couldn't help but sigh when they saw this familiar spiritual inscription. Who would have thought that a level 1 elixir cultivator could unexpectedly condense a spiritual inscription? Moreover, the terrifying power contained in the spiritual inscription was not inferior to any of the top holy sons in the northern and southern region. This was beyond the imagination of too many people, and this was also a situation that had never been seen in the entire Tianji sect. However, no matter how legendary it was, the disciples of the northern region were eager to see the end of this legend. Otherwise, if it continued, wouldn't it mean that another top holy son of the northern region had failed? If that was the case, the northern region would indeed be suppressed by the southern region. All in all, when the two spiritual inscriptions appeared, it was followed by a ferocious collision. The heavy sword with spiritual inscriptions and the blood dragon with spiritual inscriptions violently collided, setting off a vast wave of energy. Boom! Boom! Under the impact of the turbulent energy, the robes of the two owners of spiritual inscriptions fluttered. They looked straight at the collision. The huge spiritual sword and the blood dragon with spiritual inscriptions had turned into two pillars of light that kept colliding. Every time they collided, it would set off a turbulent wave of power, which was really shocking. In this situation, it was obvious that the collision of the first spiritual inscription seemed to be on par with the other. This situation made Sherlong secretly grit his teeth. Without a real fight, he couldn't imagine that the first spiritual inscription condensed by this level 1 elixir disciple in front of him would be so powerful. It seemed that he could only use the second spiritual inscription to compete, however, just as Sherlong was about to activate the blood dragon with spiritual inscriptions and use the second spiritual inscription that was even more powerful. The blood dragon and the huge sword collided again and actually pushed the sword back. Looking over, the huge sword showed signs of collapsing. This sudden situation puzzled countless people, especially the disciples of the southern region. After all, the situation was clearly on par with the other. How could it be reversed in the blink of an eye? Chiao Yu's beautiful eyes suddenly tightened. Looking at Yan Chutian's current state, how could she not know that the breakthrough opportunity that Yan Chutian had been brewing had suddenly appeared at this moment? If it had happened before the fight, it would have been extremely good. However, now that the two of them were fiercely fighting, the sudden breakthrough opportunity was not an opportunity at all, but a fatal crisis. Many people could see this. Although they were not as fast as Chiao Yu, the elders, the holy sons of the northern and southern region, and disciples soon saw the reason behind it. Ha ha ha! The holy son of the southern region is ridiculous. Now the opportunity that he's looking for is finally here. Ha ha! It's a pity, it's a fatal crisis. Before the battle, he still dared to blindly seek for a breakthrough. Now that he is in a fierce battle, how is he going to break through? It's better for him to admit defeat for the sake of the breakthrough that he's been painstakingly searching for. Ha ha ha! The laughter of countless disciples of the northern region camp was filled with schadenfreude. At the same time, because of the sudden situation that happened to Yan Chutian, they thought that the last trace of luck in this battle had been completely cut off. On the other hand, the disciples of the southern region were extremely anxious. Who would have thought that such a situation would occur at such a crucial moment? Because of this, some disciples even began to blame Yan Chutian. If he had not foolishly sought a breakthrough, this would not have happened. Han Chen looked over and could not help but reveal a helpless look. Sherlong was already extremely powerful, and now Yan Chutian was in such a state. Therefore, what chance did Yan Chutian have of winning this fight? Probably less than 10%? Luo Qingyi's secretly observing gaze also slowly shifted away. In her eyes, Yan Chutian had already lost. At the same time, Sherlong, who was in the arena, could obviously sense his opponent's current state. After a moment of shock, a thick, cold smile slowly appeared on his face. Sherlong looked down at Yan Chutian from above. He was calm and composed, as if this fight was already within his grasp. As he looked at Yan Chutian, his cold voice rang out. Ha ha ha! The holy son of the southern region, Yan Chu, don't you think that the heavens are helping me? When you were trying so hard to break through, the opportunity did not appear. However, after you went up to the arena and fought with me, the opportunity suddenly appeared. Therefore, if you still want to keep your chance of breaking through, then go with the will of the heavens. Don't overestimate yourself. I'll give you a chance to admit defeat. After he finished speaking, Sherlong quietly waited for Yan Chutian's reply. However, what he did not expect was that, after hearing his words, Yan Chutian had no intention of admitting defeat. Instead, he suddenly raised his head and suddenly smiled. In a low voice, he said, "How do you know that this is a crisis and not an opportunity? With me here, do you think that you can break through in peace? If you don't want to lose this fight and fail to break through, then get out of here." Sherlong snorted coldly, his tone revealing a strong sense of arrogance. Not to mention the current situation, he was confident that he could suppress his opponent just now. However, he did not expect that after he spoke so clearly, Yan Chutian still did not open his mouth to admit defeat. As such, he lost all his patience and gritted his teeth. Good. Good. I want to see exactly what gives you the courage to continue standing on this arena. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, a huge spiritual power storm rushed straight towards Yan Chutian. Although Shilong's words were pleasant to hear, he had been secretly accumulating his power. At this time, with such a sudden attack, if he did not pay attention, he might really be in danger. After all, Yan Chutian's current state was extremely unstable. At this moment, many disciples of the North region were also mocking Yan Chutian and mocking him for not knowing how to adapt to the situation. Even the disciples of the South region were the same. They thought that even if Yan Chutian could not win the fight, he had to ensure that his cultivation level would break through. Otherwise, he would lose both, and the loss would be too great. However, would the situation really be like this? The moment the opportunity to break through appeared, Yan Chutian had to admit that he was a little flustered. However, after the fluster, he immediately regained his senses. Perhaps this was a hopeless situation in the eyes of the other disciples, but it was not necessarily so for him. On the contrary, this could still be an opportunity. After all, as long as he succeeded in breaking through, he would step into the second level of elixir state. With that cultivation level, whether it was facing Shilong in front of him or the other top holy sons of the North region, it would be much easier for him. However, of course, it was undeniable that there was too much risk in this process. The slightest carelessness would lead to failure, and the price of failure would be even greater. However, Yan Chutian always understood that if he did not bear the risk, how could he obtain the rewards that ordinary people could not obtain? Not only was he reborn into the mortal world now, even when he was in the heaven realm back then, he had also walked step by step like this. He had experienced every unimaginable danger and walked on cliffs before finally reaching the peak. Returning to the main topic, when several spirit energy storms swept over, Yan Chutian retreated rapidly. But while he was retreating, he did not remain motionless. He constantly flung out specks of light from his robe, fusing them into the space around him. In a moment, ripples of silk lines quickly extended and condensed, faintly forming a huge light screen between heaven and earth, completely blocking Yan Chutian behind the light screen. This was a formation. Without a doubt, the light spots that Yan Chutian threw out earlier were the foundation of the formation. Seeing this scene, everyone seemed to suddenly remember that Yan Chutian was not only a cultivator, but also a person of the array Tao. However, if he wanted to use a formation to block Shilong in a hurry, he would be underestimating him. A formation foundation that has been prepared long ago? Seeing this situation, Shilong curled his lips and sneered. So what if the other party was prepared? How much power could he have to activate the formation in such a hurry? He was afraid that it could not even block his attacks, right? Sure enough, when several spiritual energy storms collided with the light screen one after another, the light screen was immediately shattered, turning into light spots and dissipating in the sky. However, the formation light screen was not useless. In the end, it completely offset the spiritual energy storms. Chapter 179. Looking at the light screen that had been shattered by his attack, the corners of Shilong's mouth curled into a cold sneer. This hastily formed array defense was indeed vulnerable. It was just an ordinary attack, but it couldn't stop it. Next, when he launched another attack, it would be his opponent's doomsday. Without the slightest hesitation, Shilong's right foot heavily stomped on the ground. Suddenly, a demon-like spirit energy frantically invaded the stage. Like rock thorns, it constantly rushed out from the ground of the stage, rushing straight towards Yan Chutian. The spiritual energy rock spikes were cold and sharp. The fierce aura that spread out could easily tear apart the defense condensed by a level 3 elixir cultivator. It was hard to imagine how Yen Chutian could resist. After all, his cultivation had not reached level 3 elixir. At this time, he was on the verge of a breakthrough and couldn't summon too much spiritual energy. How could he resist? So when the spiritual energy rock spikes rushed toward Yen Chutian, many disciples of the North region couldn't help but cheer for Shirlong's victory. In this way, the North region finally suppressed the South region. Bang! However, to everyone's surprise, when the rock spikes really appeared in front of Yen Chutian, countless lights suddenly emerged from the ground under Yen Chutian's feet. Then, an extremely huge bright finger gradually appeared and suppressed the rock spike. Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded as the giant light finger pressed down. Although it was constantly pierced by the sharp rock spikes, it still managed to block the attack. This scene made countless disciples of the North region, who were about to cheer, speechless. Their faces, which were originally sneering and happy, became extremely ugly. This is still an array? When did he prepare an array? What a stubborn bug! Shocked, the disciples of the North region couldn't help but curse. How could they expect that Yen Chutian, who was in the midst of a breakthrough and couldn't use spiritual energy, could still persist like this? The disciples of the North region looked ugly. Shirlong's face was naturally gloomier. The guy in front of him was really haunting him. He actually used another array. But this was the end. With a fierce shout, Shirlong suddenly slammed his palms on the ground. Two spiritual energy dragons swept out crazily again. They opened their huge mouths and roared, trying to devour Yen Chutian. But the result, would it really be as Shirlong thought? Boom! The two spirit energy dragons stuck close to the ground, and when they neared Yen Chutian, they seemed to have come into contact with an invisible barrier and abruptly fell to the ground, unable to move in the slightest. The attack at the critical moment was blocked again. The Northern region disciples' eyes almost popped out of their socket. How could this guy block the stone dragon's attack? This is another array? How is this possible? How many arrays did he set up? Shirlong couldn't help but want to roar out loud. How many array bases did this guy prepare? He actually set up so many arrays in succession. Shirlong's face was gloomy and he was angry, but he didn't believe it. Could it be that Yen Chu could prepare endless array bases? Therefore, in the next moment, almost instantaneously, he constantly activated his spiritual energy and launched one attack after another. It was like an inescapable net that enveloped Yen Chutian. Shirlong didn't believe that there were so many attacks. Could it be that his opponent could still use so many arrays to resist? Seeing such a situation, the numerous Northern region disciples gradually calmed down. In their opinion, it was impossible for Yen Chutian to withstand such a concentrated attack. But when these attacks really appeared around Yen Chutian, a scene that made the jaws of the Northern region disciples drop to the ground appeared. The attacks were like an inescapable net that enveloped Yen Chutian, but Yen Chutian did not move at all. His robes fluttered, and immediately, countless light dots of array foundation drifted out, covering his body. Under countless astonished gazes, circles of formation base light dots connected together. Everyone felt dazzled before their eyes. Following that, great formations were born one after another, densely covering Yen Chutian's surroundings. He actually set up so many arrays? Someone exclaimed. Then, countless attacks came one after another. However, no matter how many attacks there was no possibility of breaking through so many array defenses. The result was just as expected. Shocking explosions continued to ring out, but no matter what, they could not break through the dense defense. In the end, the shock waves of the attacks stopped, but the great defense was not completely destroyed. There were still some remnants that were not completely destroyed. Looking at the remaining array formation light screens, Shirlong's face was so gloomy that it was about to spill water. However, in addition to the gloominess, There was also a hint of shock in the depths of his eyes. So many arrays were set up almost instantly. Even if his opponent had already prepared the array base, his array Dao power must be terrifying to a certain extent. Otherwise, how could it be? Moreover, thinking about it carefully, Shurlong had delayed a lot of time from the beginning of his attack. If his opponent took the opportunity to break through and step into the second level of elixir, wouldn't Shurlong lose all his face? Therefore, Shurlong didn't plan to wait any longer. Even if it was a little fuss in the eyes of others, he decided to activate the second spiritual inscription. With the power of the spiritual inscription, he suppressed his opponent and blasted him out of the arena. The decision was to take action. Shurlong slightly closed his eyes. Then, he opened his eyes. Strange patterns gradually gathered in the depths of his eyes. Then, a broad blade that was flickering with cold light slowly appeared. When this broad blade with spiritual inscriptions was projected between heaven and earth, an extremely austere and domineering aura suddenly filled the air. When one looked at the blade, one would feel a stinging pain in one's eyes. It was impossible to imagine how powerful this broad blade would be if it launched an attack. When the broad blade with spiritual inscriptions appeared, Shurlong looked at Yan Chutian with pride again. No matter what, when he activated the second spiritual inscription, he had great confidence that he could defeat his opponent. Even if Yan Chutian could launch a defense formation, he wouldn't be able to block it. At the same time, many disciples in the north region were relieved. The power of spiritual inscriptions was the strongest offensive ability of an elixir cultivator. Thinking about it, since Shurlong had activated the power of spiritual inscriptions, the disciples in the south region should be helpless, right? In the next moment, a cold light flashed on the broad blade. Then, the entire broad blade slowly slashed down horizontally. Suddenly, a vast power that seemed to be able to tear the heavens and earth apart swept up, as if it could split the space, and went straight for Yan Chutian. The power of spiritual inscriptions attacked fiercely. At this moment, all the disciples in the south region were worried about Yan Chutian. Even though Yan Chutian was able to deal with Shurlong continuously with the formation, now that Shurlong had regained his senses, he had already displayed his most terrifying power. Could Yan Chutian still withstand it like before? Looking at this scene, Chiao Yu, who was below the arena, clenched her jade-like hands. If not for the fact that she didn't want to go against Yan Chutian's wishes, she would have rushed up the arena long ago. However, even if she didn't go up the arena, she couldn't erase the worry in her heart. "You brat, don't hurt yourself. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Seeing the huge blade that seemed to tear the heavens and earth apart sweeping towards him, Yan Chutian's face was solemn. With the previous exchange, his current state was gradually approaching the second level of elixir. As long as he had a little more time, he should be able to break through to the second level of elixir. However, at this moment, it seemed that Shurlong didn't want to give him this time. However, at this point, if he didn't give it a shot, how could he give up? Yan Chutian let out a small breath. In the next moment, as his robes fluttered, a large number of specks of light spread out and merged into the surrounding space. However, this was already the last bit of the formation base that Yan Chutian had condensed, and also the last formation that he could activate. Great Zhou Heart Protection Lotus. As he whispered, strange ripples spread out from the light spots that had merged into the space, and continued to condense. Immediately after, a huge heart protection lotus flower slowly appeared with Yan Chutian in the center. The 8 huge petals closed one by one, completely protecting Yan Chutian within. A thick and majestic protective power rippled out, as if under the protection of the heart protection lotus flower, no matter how powerful the attack was, it would not be able to cause any damage to it. Chapter 180. Looking into the distance, one could clearly see that the overbearing saber had landed heavily on the giant lotus amidst the turbulent ripples of energy. At the point of contact, dense cracks continuously spread toward the body of the lotus, and the ear-piercing shattering sound came from there. The Southern Region disciples could not bear to watch this scene any longer. In their opinion, the lotus formation was bound to break. Once the formation was broken, how could Yen Chutian resist the power of Shirlong's spiritual tattoos? On the other hand, cold smiles appeared on the faces of the Northern Region disciples. In this situation, once the giant lotus formation was completely destroyed, the Holy Son of the Southern Region would not be able to turn the situation around. You idiot! Even Xiao Yu couldn't help but grit her teeth when she saw this, and her slender figure was prepared to shoot out at any moment. No matter how many rules there were, if Yen Chutian was hurt, she would not care about them. Boom! Boom! The turbulent energy was still wreaking havoc. After a stalemate of 10 breaths, an ear-piercing sound was heard again. Looking over, the broadsword with spiritual tattoos had cut through all obstacles and was heading straight for the figure in the center of the remnant lotus. At the same time, even Shirlong himself couldn't help but reveal an excited and complacent smile. No matter what, this absurd battle was going to end in his hands. But would it really be the case? As the broadsword with spiritual tattoos fell, Yen Chutian, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the remnant lotus formation, opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. As he opened his eyes, ripples of spiritual energy spread out from the depths of his eyes. As the ripples of spiritual energy rippled, a strange giant beast with blazing flames appeared. This giant beast seemed to have sensed a threat and took the initiative to rush out. It jumped out from Yen Chutian's eyes and appeared in the world. This was the power of spiritual tattoos. However, this spiritual beast was so vague that most of the disciples could only see a ball of burning fire rushing toward Shirlong's broadsword with spiritual tattoos. Then, the scene that shocked countless people appeared. The powerful broadsword with spiritual tattoos showed signs of being burned into nothingness after the flame rushed out. How is this possible? What is that thing? It can actually burn the power of Shirlong's spiritual tattoo? How is this possible? Countless exclamations resounded one after another. Whether it was the Southern Domain disciples or the Northern Domain disciples, none of them could have imagined that Shirlong's attack was able to tear apart Yen Chutian's Grand Array defense a moment ago, but now, his Spirit Rune attack was actually broken by Yen Chutian's attack. Chi-chi! As if lava was burning steel, the sizzling sound kept ringing. Under the burning flames, the fierce broadsword with spiritual tattoos no longer had the slightest momentum. Under the continuous burning, it quickly retreated and retreated toward the stone dragon. When the broadsword with spiritual tattoos flew back into Shirlong's body, Shirlong suddenly gave a muffled cry. His body fell backward as if he had been hit by a heavy blow and fell deeply into the arena. At the same time, the flaming giant beast also flew back into Yen Chutian's body. Although Yen Chutian was not as embarrassed as Shirlong, his face was also pale. Just now, when he broke into the second level of the elixir, a strange pattern grew rapidly on the elixir in his dantian. Even Yen Chutian himself could not control the situation. He could only watch the spiritual tattoos forming on their own. In the end, even he himself did not know what kind of spiritual tattoos he had connected. Obviously, it was not complete. After all, the flaming giant beast that had rushed out just now was illusory and did not have the real meaning of ordinary spiritual tattoos. But anyway, when the incomplete spiritual tattoos appeared, they astonishingly defeated Shirlong's spiritual tattoos, which really surprised Yen Chutian. Perhaps the third spiritual tattoo, which was condensed on its own, would be another powerful trump card for him. And it seemed that this fight had unexpectedly ended in such a situation. Shirlong, who had fallen into the arena, had already fainted, while Yen Chutian was still standing on the arena. The result was self-evident. Therefore, in the next moment, countless people cheered for Yen Chu's name. No one expected that the final result of the fight would be like this. Shirlong, who had been chasing after Yen Chutian, suddenly fainted, allowing Yan Chutian to turn the situation around. But not everyone could not see the truth of the matter. For example, Qiu Yu, Luo Shui, Honggu, and the other top saints, as well as the elders of the North and South region, as well as the deputy sect leader Zhu Yun. They could clearly feel that the flame that rushed out of Yan Chutian's body at the end was the power of the spiritual tattoo. In other words, that was Yan Chutian's third spiritual tattoo. A third spiritual pattern. A practitioner who had just barely broken through to the second level of the primal core realm had actually managed to form a third spiritual pattern. This was really too shocking. One must know that even Honggu, who was rumored to have condensed the third spiritual tattoo, was already at the fourth level of the elixir. However, the fourth level of the elixir was 2 levels higher than the second level of the elixir. Therefore, from a certain point of view, didn't that mean that Yan Chutian's talent was higher than Honggu's? But even if they had such thoughts, no one dared to say it out loud. Moreover, the disciples of the North region kept shaking their heads after regaining their senses. No matter what, they could not believe that a saint from the South region, who had appeared out of nowhere, could be compared to the top saint from the North region. However, even if they had always thought that Yan Chutian could not be compared to Honggu, they had no choice but to accept the reality before their eyes. Shilong, who was ranked in the top 3 in the North region, had actually lost to the saint from the South region. After the dead silence, the South region's earth-shattering cheers rang out continuously. Not only was Yan Chutian's defeat of Shilong a pleasant surprise, but it also meant that the South region had actually suppressed the North region in this round. Compared to the previous round where they were evenly matched, this made them even happier and more excited. Some people were happy while others were sad. Shilong's defeat made the faces of the North region's disciples turn gloomy. They felt that their usual arrogance had been ruthlessly trampled under the feet of the South region. This was an unbearable humiliation to them. This atmosphere made even the faces of the North region's elders turn gloomy. They did not say a word and did not have the slightest hint of calmness from before. Those elders from the Northern region who had mocked the Southern region earlier didn't even dare to raise their heads and look at the Southern region. They couldn't afford to lose face like that. In short, this result was destined to make the entire South region extremely happy. The names of Luo Shui, Xiao Yu, and Yan Chu would also be imprinted in the hearts of all the South region disciples. Looking at Yan Chutian, who was basking in supreme glory, Su Jian's expression was lonely. Only now did he realize that this guy, who he had always looked down on, had actually secretly surpassed him. Looking back now, how much of a joke he was. In the crowd of disciples, Zhou Qing could not help but feel excited and happy as she looked at the obviously thin but majestic figure that was currently as grand as a mountain. But while she was happy and joyful, her mood unconsciously dropped. As Yan Chutian continued to climb the mountain, the gap between the two of them continued to widen. It was as if they could touch each other, but in reality, they were separated by a natural chasm. Phew! He really hid something. Dong Puti did not have as complicated emotions as Zhou Qing. Seeing Yan Chutian climbing higher and higher, she only felt joy for him. As for Qiu Yu, as Yan Chutian's senior sister, she immediately flew out and rushed to the arena to help Yan Chutian down. With her eyesight, how could she not see that Yan Chutian was obviously very weak now? The strange spiritual inscription that suddenly appeared should have consumed too much of his strength. Just as she had noticed, Yan Chutian could not muster much strength at this time. His entire body was extremely weak. When he came back to his senses, he knew how much strength the spiritual inscription had consumed. Thinking about it, if the third spiritual inscription did not have such terrifying power, Yan Chutian would not be able to accept it. Being helped down the arena by Qiu Yu without leaving a trace, Yan Chutian hurriedly consumed a small restore pill. Under the refinement of the medicinal power, his face gradually became rosy. Only then did he stand beside Chiao Yu and enjoy the attention of the entire Heavenly Secrets sect together with Luo Shui. Chapter 181. However, even if he was viewed with hostility, Yan Chutian did not mind at all. After all, he did not care about the opinions of others, and from the moment he chose to represent the southern region to participate in the Heavens opportunity, he was already prepared to accept such a situation. Therefore, Yan Chutian calmly accepted everything. When the second round of the Heavens opportunity ended, he followed Mu Wan back to his cave. The atmosphere around Yan Chutian's cave was calm, but the southern region he was in was destined to not be calm. When the news of the southern region suppressing the northern region in the second round spread, all the disciples of the southern region had faces full of disbelief. After confirming the authenticity of the news, they were overjoyed. Our southern region actually suppressed the northern region. Ha ha ha! Wasn't the northern region always arrogant and thought that our southern region was a burden to the Heaven's Secret sect? Now, let's see which side is better between our northern and southern regions. Great! After being suppressed for so long, our southern region can finally hold our heads high. While the southern region was in an uproar, the names of Yan Chutian and the other two were deeply engraved in their minds. Luo Shui was not surprised, after all, she was already the #1 disciple of the southern region. However, the other two were actually Yan Chutian and Chiao Yu. This caused these disciples to be truly shocked. No one would have thought that even the veteran disciples would lose to the holy sons of the northern region, but these two new holy sons would unexpectedly defeat those strong enemies. It could be predicted that if the two of them did not appear, the southern region would have been trampled under the feet of the northern region in this Heaven's opportunity. In the depths of the cave, Yan Chutian sat cross-legged for a long time. Only when night fell did he finally open his tightly shut eyes and exhale a mouthful of turbid air. It was only now that his condition had been completely adjusted, and he had also stabilized his footing in the second level of the primal core stage. However, the joy of breaking through to the second level of the elixir was obviously incomparable to the spontaneous condensation of the third spirit pattern. While he was recovering, Yan Chutian's mind sank into his dantian and observed the traces of the third spiritual pattern on the elixir. However, when he really observed it, Yan Chutian realized how strange this spiritual pattern was. He only caught a glimpse of a cluster of intertwining spirit tattoos, but he couldn't see the shape of the giant beast. However, Yan Chutian could faintly guess that the illusory giant beast surrounded by flames should be within the bundle of spirit tattoos. Perhaps only when the spirit pattern was completely condensed would it be able to reveal its true form. After observing for a long time but to no avail, Yan Chutian retracted his gaze and continued to focus on recovery. He adjusted his condition and stabilized his foundation on the second level of elixir. As night fell, Yan Chutian finished adjusting his condition. He no longer had the mood to continue cultivating. Moreover, now that Chiao Yu's consciousness had once again taken over Mu Wan's body, Yan Chutian felt that it was time to tell her that he had obtained the cultivation method from Yin Yang Master. With this thought, Yan Chutian didn't hesitate and immediately got up and left the cave. He walked to Chiao Yu's cave and knocked on the door. Not even 3 breaths later, the tightly shut door was opened and Yan Chutian caught a glimpse of an alluring figure wrapped in a white robe appearing before his eyes. A fragrance wafted over, exuding a strong sense of seduction. As he looked up, a beautiful face with a faint smile came into view. Chiao Yu was smiling at Yan Chutian. She then said coquettishly with a seductive nasal voice, "Knocking on the door in the middle of the night, are you trying to do something?" Cough cough. Yan Chutian heard this and suddenly coughed twice. He forced himself not to look at the alluring figure. Otherwise, he was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and do something that he shouldn't do. "Chiao Yu, I came to find you for a serious matter." Chiao Yu knew the severity of the matter. Once she heard the word serious matter, she restrained her attitude. She then welcomed Yen Chutian into the room and asked, "What?" After that, Yen Chutian told her everything about Yin Yang Master. As she listened, even the usually calm Chiao Yu revealed an unprecedented excitement on her face. If she could have her own body, why would she be willing to share it with others? Now that there was a chance to have a body that completely belonged to her, how could she not be excited and happy? However, although she was happy, Chiao Yu also knew the risks that Yen Chutian would have to bear. Against a Yuanying realm cultivator, even if another Yuanying realm cultivator attacked, Yen Chutian's situation would be extremely dangerous. After all, they all knew that if the Yin Yang Master of the northern region fought with his life on the line, not to mention whether the Yin Yang Master of the southern region would help Yen Chutian, even if he did, it would be extremely difficult to stop him. Thus, Chiao Yu couldn't help but frown slightly. She said softly, "Why don't you tell the Yin Yang Master and let me go with you?" Hearing this, Yen Chutian shook his head. He knew very well that with the Yin Yang Master's suspicious personality, it would be very difficult for him to trust Chiao Yu. He didn't want to delay any longer and cause more trouble. Seeing this, Chiao Yu could only lower her head and clench her fists hesitantly. After thinking for a long time, she finally said, "If it really doesn't work, then give up this opportunity and find another way." Yen Chutian knew that Chiao Yu was worried about him, and this naturally moved him. However, no matter what, he couldn't give up this opportunity. He had to obtain the second half of the cultivation method. Seeing the determination in Yen Chutian's eyes, Chiao Yu knew that he had made up his mind. She didn't even need to think to know that Yen Chutian would definitely disregard everything to obtain the second half of the cultivation method. Thus, she could only faintly look at Yen Chutian with her beautiful eyes and say softly, "I know I can't stop you, but you must be careful. I don't want to be unable to find a fool like you again after finally meeting you with great difficulty. I promise you." Yen Chutian held Chiao Yu's lily-white hand and said with a slightly emotional tone. His sudden action immediately caused Chiao Yu's cheeks to flush. She, who had always acted like a woman, became bashful and embarrassed at this moment. However, Chiao Yu herself did not want to interrupt this moment of tenderness. She could only turn her slightly red head and allow Yen Chutian to hold her lily-white hand. Beautiful tenderness was always short-lived. When he suddenly regained his senses, Yen Chutian hurriedly let go of Chiao Yu's lily-white hand. His face, which was also slightly red, forced himself to stand up and coughed dryly. Chiao Yu, tomorrow is the last round of the heaven opportunity. Tonight we will rest well and prepare in peace." However, Chiao Yu did not answer his question. She only snorted softly to herself, "Idiot!" Night came and went. When the silent darkness dissipated, the world was once again enveloped in light. In the early morning, a large number of disciples from the north and south region were waiting at the border of the two regions, waiting for the elders to appear and open the enchantment. The following scene was the same as yesterday. After waiting for a while, the elders of the north and south region would appear and open the enchantment. But unlike yesterday and the day before, today, whether it was the disciples or elders of the southern region, they all had confident smiles on their faces. This was because in the second round of the heaven opportunity yesterday, the southern region had suppressed the northern region. At the same time, the disciples and elders of the northern region all had cold expressions on their faces, with a hint of hidden anger. Obviously, the suppression yesterday had made them extremely angry. After all, the southern region was a burden in their eyes, but this burden had actually surpassed them. How could they accept it calmly? But even so, they would not accept the disciples of the southern region being compared to the disciples of the northern region. At most, those disciples were just lucky and happened to defeat the Holy Son of the northern region. However, this kind of luck would not happen today, because the remaining two Holy Sons were extremely powerful, especially Honggu, who was recognized by everyone in the northern region as the #1 disciple. Humph, I'll let you be proud for a while. When the heaven opportunity continues, I, the Holy Sun Hong-gu, will trample your so-called Holy Sun under my feet. Will you still be able to show this kind of joy? He's just lucky. Maybe the strength he displayed yesterday was temporarily obtained at a huge unknown price. Today, he will show his true colors. No matter what, the one who will become the #1 disciple of the sect will only be the Holy Sun of the northern region. It will definitely not be someone from the southern region. The disciples of the northern region had the same thoughts as the disciples of the southern region. In their opinion, this was the opportunity for the southern region to rise up from now on. As long as they could suppress the northern region in the Heaven Opportunity Meeting, then the resources that had been occupied by the northern region could gradually be snatched back. Chapter 182. When the sun was high in the sky, several figures finally descended one after another. With a whistling sound of breaking wind, they descended on the 2 huge platforms on both sides of the barrier that was connected to each other. This time, the situation was destined to be different from the previous times. There were 3 figures from the southern region, while there were only 2 from the northern region, which had always been strong. Hong-gu's face was pale, and his white robe fluttered in the wind, making him look like a ghost. His cold eyes glanced at Yan Chutian and the others, and there was no change in his expression. It seemed that the situation in front of him did not affect his mood at all. Beside Hong-gu, the top holy maiden of the northern region, who had defeated Su Jian, was wearing a dazzling red robe. Her graceful body was clearly unmoving, but there was an extreme charm to her. This charming woman was really not simple to be able to use illusions to the extent of following one's body. Even though there were only 2 top holy princes left in the northern region, their momentum was not weak at all. However, since the northern region was not weak, the southern region was naturally not weak either. Needless to say, Qiu Yu and Yan Chutian, even Luo Shui, who had always been indifferent, had always hidden a strong sense of pride in her heart. No matter who the opponent in front of her was, she would not be afraid at all. Even though there were only 5 people left, in order to make the battle fair, Zhu Yun called out the Spirit Power Galaxy and let the 5 people draw lots to determine the order of the battle. When the 5 people all drew light balls from the Spirit River, Yan Chutian's hand had no number. They did not know whether to be happy or speechless because no number meant that he had a buy. Sure enough, when the light balls had light beams of spirit power, Qiu Yu's opponent was the beautiful woman from the northern region, and Luo Shui's opponent was the top disciple of the northern region, Hong-gu. Yan Chutian really had a buy. This kind of situation caused many disciples to involuntarily sigh at Yan Chutian's luck. However, this was also something that could not be avoided. The southern region still had 3 holy sons, and one of them was bound to have a buy. As for Yan Chutian, since he had already passed, he naturally wouldn't continue to be the focus of the crowd. Countless disciples cast their gazes towards Hong-gu, the beautiful woman, Luo Shui and Qiu Yu. Seeing this, whether it was the female disciples from the southern region or the northern region, they all raised their heads proudly. It was said that women were born inferior to men on the path of cultivation, but this was not the case at all. Even if Yan Chutian was included, more than half of the remaining top-notch saints were women. However, this was only a small matter in the end. Soon, everyone's attention fell on the battle between the northern and southern regions. The first battle was between Qiu Yu and that delicate and beautiful woman. If Qiu Yu won, it would undoubtedly make the southern region even more excited. However, if that delicate and beautiful woman won, then the southern region's situation would once again become critical. All in all, the outcome of this battle would have a great impact on the northern and southern regions. Qiu Yu, be careful. Seeing that Qiu Yu was about to enter the arena, Yan Chutian couldn't help but exhort. Hearing this, the former immediately cast a gentle smile at him and said in a tone that only the 2 of them could hear, "Don't worry, that woman is still no match for me." Her long black hair fluttered casually as the young girl's beautiful figure moved gracefully. Her jade-like feet tapped lightly on the ground, and she flew up like a willow catkin and landed on the arena. The charm displayed by Qiu Yu immediately attracted the attention of a large number of male disciples. It had to be said that even if they had the same face, Qiu Yu's charm was greater than Mu Wan's. In comparison, even though that delicate and beautiful woman was also seductive, she was still somewhat inferior to Qiu Yu. Even if she used an illusion, in comparison, it was still rather pretentious and greasy. This situation was clearly seen by the delicate and beautiful woman herself, so her long and narrow beautiful eyes immediately narrowed slightly, and a hidden sharpness immediately emerged. Women were always full of hostility towards women who were more beautiful than them. In the next moment, the delicate and beautiful woman did not hesitate at all. She clenched her jade-like hand lightly, and majestic spiritual energy gathered, turning into a huge waterfall around her jade-like hand. The delicate and beautiful woman's eyes moved slightly, and the waterfalls that were originally falling suddenly flew up and swept straight towards Qiu Yu. The waterfall seemed gentle, but it contained a terrifying killing intent. Even if it was a holy son who was also at the 4th level of elixir, if entangled with it, he would be in a dilemma. However, how could Qiu Yu not see through the clues? When the waterfall swept over, she immediately formed a seal with her jade-like hand and circulated the spiritual energy in her body, turning it into a sharp spiritual energy spear around her delicate body. Then, with a whistling sound, it pierced towards the waterfall. Bang, bang, bang! At the moment of collision, those seemingly weak waterfalls bloomed with astonishing firmness, and heavy muffled sounds continued to be heard. The two continued to collide, but neither side was defeated. The delicate and beautiful woman's face was a little gloomy because this was not the result she wanted. Therefore, her reaction was extremely overbearing, and she continued to attack. Facing the continuous attacks, Qiu Yu's beautiful face was as usual. What she wanted was to win the battle, not a momentary victory. Moreover, she had to deliberately suppress the power she was using. Otherwise, if it exceeded the limit, it would cause too much damage to this body. The battle continued, but no matter how ruthless the delicate and beautiful woman was, she could not do anything to Qiu Yu. Gradually, the upper hand that she originally had gradually became a tie. And the more it was like this, the more the delicate and beautiful woman could not bear it. Finally, she activated the spiritual inscriptions again and attacked with the power of the spiritual inscriptions. However, no one expected that when the delicate and beautiful woman activated the spiritual inscriptions, the effect would not be as good as before. Qiu Yu seized the opportunity to attack, and the delicate and beautiful woman was sent flying, her delicate body in a sorry state. The delicate and beautiful woman looked at Qiu Yu in disbelief, and her pale face was filled with shock. How could she believe that after activating the power of the spiritual inscriptions, she would end up like this? At the same time, Qiu Yu's red lips curled up slightly. Looking at the delicate and beautiful woman's beautiful face, a faint smile appeared on Qiu Yu's beautiful face. She seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be explaining, "Your seductive illusions have no effect on me." In fact, Qiu Yu had not finished speaking, because even if the power of the illusory spiritual inscriptions was weakened on the woman, it would not be like this. The reason why it was useless was because with Qiu Yu's eyesight, it was too easy for her to see through the illusion. But other than Yan Chutian, the other disciples and even the elders, including the delicate and beautiful woman, did not know. They only thought that the restriction of the delicate and beautiful woman's spiritual inscriptions was too great, and it had almost no effect on the woman. Because of this, the delicate and beautiful woman's beautiful face became gloomy. Her originally seductive and beautiful face was now filled with anger and malevolence. The woman stared at Qiu Yu, the woman who made her lose face. She almost gritted her teeth and squeezed out a few words from her red lips. Good. Good. I want to see who will be the victor today." Her voice had yet to fade when the beautiful lady decisively cried out. A dense white scythe that flickered with a cold glint slowly appeared in her exceptionally ferocious eyes. The body of the scythe was inexplicably shrouded by a pale white flame like ghost fire. Its entire body revealed a dense strangeness. Ghost Scythe Rune. Swish! The huge pale scythe stretched across the heavens and earth, and the blade reflected light. The reflected light carried an extremely austere aura, as if a cultivator was not strong enough and was shown by this light, they would suffer a heavy blow and end up in a miserable state. Just like the previous top holy son of the northern region, this delicate and beautiful woman's scythe's spiritual inscriptions were also extremely famous. It immediately caused the disciples of the northern region to whisper to each other, "Ghost Scythe." He actually used the Ghost Scythe rune as well. This Ghost Scythe is extremely terrifying. Not only can it cut off spiritual energy, it can even cut through other people's spiritual inscriptions. If it is cut open by this Ghost Scythe, then the spiritual inscriptions that were painstakingly condensed will be destroyed in an instant. I've long heard that Senior Sister Hong Yu's Ghost Scythe rune is shockingly powerful. Even if I can only feel its aura, it must be true. The moment the delicate and beautiful woman's second spiritual inscription appeared, it caused the disciples of the northern region to exclaim in surprise. At the same time, they were even more confident in this battle. After all, there was no difference in the quality of condensed spiritual inscriptions. However, there would still be strong and weak ones. This Ghost Scythe was one of the strongest. Its astonishing offensive power was even enough to fight against those of a higher level. Chapter 183. The spiritual scythe, which was shining with a white cold light, was gently raised and then chopped down forcefully. Even space seemed to be unable to stop the momentum of the wind, and was about to be torn apart. The spiritual inscription, Attack of the Top Holy Virgin of the Northern Region, was extremely difficult for a 4th-level elixir cultivator like her to resist. If it were an ordinary 3rd-level elixir cultivator, he would not have any resistance at all in the face of such an attack. However, Qiu Yu was naturally not such an ordinary person, so in the face of the spiritual attack in front of her, she did not panic. In the depths of her beautiful eyes, strands of strange patterns kept emerging, and then condensed into a red glow, which descended to the world. The red glow appeared in the world, and the strange light shone. However, this colorful glow did not give anyone a sense of beauty. Instead, it made people who caught a glimpse of it feel horrified from the bottom of their hearts, as if they had seen something extremely terrible. When the red glow appeared, even the beautiful woman behind the Ghost Scythe pattern was shocked. But then, when she came to her senses, deep anger appeared on her face. What kind of person was she? How could she be shocked by this? No matter what spiritual inscription power or spiritual power was displayed, under her Ghost Scythe pattern, it would only end up being destroyed. Chop! The beautiful woman gritted her teeth and shouted. Under her control, the white scythe became more and more murderous. Then, it chopped down forcefully, like a guillotine, fiercely toward the red glow and Qiu Yu, who was under the glow. When the spiritual scythe was chopped down, the red glow also resisted. In an instant, a huge roar resounded, and there were still amazing energy ripples spreading out, shaking the arena and seemed to shake the space. When everyone looked through the turbulent ripples and saw the situation inside, the smiles of the disciples of the northern region could not help but freeze. Just now, the joy of the beautiful woman performing the Ghost Scythe spiritual scythe pattern became extremely ugly at this moment, because they actually saw that the white scythe was constantly trembling under the red glow. It seemed that as long as the red glow was slightly distorted, this spiritual scythe would be easily broken. However, how was this possible? The Ghost Scythe spirit rune was famous and had astonishing might. How could it be in such a miserable state in the hands of a cultivator who was merely at the 3rd level of elixir? However, everyone seemed to be able to accept it if they thought about the previous battle result. After all, Qiu Yu and Yan Chutian had created countless examples of the weak defeating the strong. This was just a continuation of this miracle. Qiu Yu had a calm expression on her face as she grasped her opponent's spirit rune with her own spirit rune. Mu Wan wasn't able to execute the second spirit rune, but she was able to do so with ease. The power of this spirit pattern did not disappoint her. Of course, it was also possible that this spirit pattern could be so powerful because of her own strength. In short, Qiu Yu, who had grasped her opponent's spirit rune, locked her gaze on that delicate figure and slowly opened her mouth. "It seems that you have lost this round, you." The beautiful woman gritted her teeth and opened her mouth. However, the moment she opened her mouth, Qiu Yu controlled the red glow spirit rune to tighten a little. Immediately, the beautiful woman, who seemed to have felt something, let out a painful groan. Her knees suddenly bent and she knelt down. This situation made her know that she no longer had the ability to fight. The other party had already grasped her spirit rune. As long as she made a move, she would be in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Therefore, the beautiful woman could only absent-mindedly say those 3 words that made her feel extremely humiliated. "I admit defeat." As soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking, countless cheers sounded from the direction of the southern region. No one would have thought that in such a situation, the southern region would actually be able to obtain a good start. Could it be that this was really the opportunity for the southern region to rise? Ha ha! Our southern region won, we won. Senior sister Little Yu is mighty and domineering. She could even defeat Xue Hongyu. This is too shocking. Even Xue Hongyu was eliminated. This means that the northern region only has Honggu left. If senior sister Luo Xue can eliminate Honggu, then the southern territory will be able to hold our heads up high and spread our sails. Qiu Yu's victory gave the southern region too much morale. Now, the final victory was only a step away from them. As long as Luo Xue could defeat Honggu, then the southern region would be able to completely defeat the northern region in this battle. This was something that had not happened for many years. To the southern region disciples, it was like a dream. Because of this, many gazes landed on Luo Xue's beautiful body. Every gaze was filled with hope and desire. Among them, there were even the gazes of the southern region elders, such as Han Chun and Luo Xue's master, Luo Qingyi. Being stared at by so many gazes, even Luo Xue could not help but tremble. After all, at this moment, she could be said to be the hope of the entire southern region, including her master. Feeling the gazes of so many people, Luo Xue forced herself to calm down. Then, she looked at the last elite saint of the northern region, who was also the #1 disciple of the northern region, Honggu. Honggu's expression did not change much. Even when Xue Hongyu was eliminated, his expression only changed slightly. His white eyes stared deeply at Qiu Yu for a while before looking away and returning to normal. His current situation was similar to Qiu Yu's, or even more resolute. After all, he was the last elite saint of the northern region. If he lost, then the northern region would be completely defeated. However, Honggu was very confident in himself. He was Honggu, the #1 disciple of the northern region, so he would not lose. Whether it was Luo Xue or the strange woman who defeated Xue Hongyu, they would all be trampled under his feet in the end. He was going to step into the ranks of the top geniuses of the entire Central Plains. It was as if he did not want to let the crowd wait too long, or perhaps even he himself was curious about the result. The battle between Luo Xue and Honggu quickly began on the arena. Luo Xue, who was dressed in white and looked like a fairy, no longer had the indifferent expression she had before. Her starry eyes revealed a hint of determination. No matter what, she would defeat Honggu. In contrast, Honggu's appearance was the same as usual. The only difference was that the aura around him seemed to be even colder and more austere than before, as if the slightest carelessness could cause any cultivator who approached him to suffer an extremely violent attack. When the two of them stepped onto the arena, the originally lively atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Perhaps it was because this battle was too important. No one in the northern and southern region wanted to affect the two of them because of their own reasons. However, the surrounding disciples did not speak, but it did not mean that Honggu and Luo Shui would not speak. After calmly staring at Luo Shui for a long time, Honggu suddenly opened his mouth and said, "You are not my opponent." They were both the number one disciples of the northern and southern region. When Honggu dared to say such words when facing each other, it naturally caused a huge shock. However, Luo Shui did not appear to be shocked. The moment Honggu finished speaking, a hidden ray of ice suddenly appeared under her hand and shot towards Honggu's mouth. Seeing this, Honggu's right hand was surrounded by spiritual energy. Then, he brazenly grabbed the ice crystal and slowly crushed it. However, when he crushed it, Qiu Yu's cold voice slowly rang out. "Your mouth is really arrogant." It seemed that it was the first time Luo Shui said such words. Hearing this, the southern region disciples were shocked. Then, they revealed a look of deep surprise and shouted, "Senior sister Luo Shui is mighty." However, Luo Shui did not respond to them. Instead, she continued to look at Honggu. Honggu suddenly curled his lips into a smile, then slowly lowered his raised right arm. His face was unusually arrogant as he sneered, "What a fierce woman, to my liking." Honggu's words, which sounded like flirting, immediately caused the cheering southern region disciples' expressions to change drastically. The faces of the male disciples all turned red. How could the goddess in their hearts allow others to casually blaspheme? At this moment, even Luo Shui's pretty face turned cold. She locked onto Honggu with a murderous gaze. There was no doubt that if she seized the opportunity, Honggu's fate would be incomparably miserable. This caused Yan Chutian, who had been silently watching the battle, to subconsciously look at Qiu Yu. Qiu Yu's beautiful eyes seemed to have sensed his gaze. She narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, "Don't worry. If you flirt with me, as long as it's not too much, I won't mind." Chapter 184. Luo Shui's pretty face was cold. Because of Honggu's teasing words, she seemed to be really angry. The surging spiritual energy around her seemed to have the power of ice, enough to freeze people's hearts. However, Honggu would not be afraid because of this. He looked at Luo Shui calmly, and there seemed to be a hint of consideration in his eyes. How could Luo Shui endure this? With a cold face, she let out a soft shout. Suddenly, a majestic spiritual energy surged and spread around the arena under her control. Wherever the spiritual energy passed, a layer of blue ice crystals also spread out, freezing every inch of the arena. Chilling ice crystals madly rushed towards Honggu. However, Honggu didn't panic in the slightest when he saw this. Instead, he lightly stomped his foot on the ground. With his foot as the center, a circle of spiritual energy undulations swept out. Wherever the spiritual energy fluctuations passed, a strange pale color covered the sky. When the two spiritual energies collided, the pale color actually forced back the ice crystals and continued to envelop the arena. This situation shocked Luo Shui, but after thinking about it, she also understood that Honggu was the number one disciple in the northern region. How could he be simple? Therefore, in the next moment, Luo Shui's jade-like hands formed a seal, and spiritual energy surged like a spirit snake between her white fingers. It slowly turned into a seal, and with a huge amount of spiritual pressure, it blasted toward the pale color that was constantly forcing back the ice crystals. Boom! A roar resounded. This time, Luo Shui's attack did not disappoint her. Even if the pale color was strange, it was defeated and torn vertically under the attack of the seal. However, in this situation, Honggu was still calm. He gently raised his pale right arm, and the spiritual energy in his body gushed out like a spring. It constantly gathered on his two fingers, dragging two sharp spiritual lights, and a fierce aura was revealed. Abyssal finger. Boundless energy surged out like a tidal wave as he pointed his finger forward. It was as though a deep abyss had appeared on the originally flat arena. Such a powerful attack was extremely frightening. Facing such a finger, Luo Shui's sullen face immediately turned solemn. Even she had to admit that this Honggu was indeed worthy of being the #1 disciple of the northern region. His strength and methods were all formidable opponents that she had never seen before. But no matter how strong she was, she absolutely couldn't lose. Because she didn't just represent herself, she represented the entire southern territory. Glacier Rift Valley. With a solemn expression, Luo Shui spat out 4 words that seemed to carry an icy aura from her red lips. At this moment, everyone felt as if the temperature between heaven and earth had dropped a lot. Suddenly, they caught a glimpse of an ice crystal spirit river that emitted an extreme chill in the sky. The ice river gushed down as if it was going to tear the earth apart. Boom! The Glacier Rift Valley and the Abyssal Finger both carried an extremely frightening aura. Then, the two ferociously clashed, creating an even louder rumble than before. Countless people looked over and saw that the two attacks had already collided and were continuously corroding each other. The two attacks seemed to be evenly matched. As they continued to corrode each other, the two attacks melted at the same time and returned to nothingness. The intense battle caused not only the southern region disciples to shudder with fear, but also the northern region disciples. Fortunately, their chosens did not lose. Honggu's eyes swept across the arena floor. Looking at the obvious traces of damage, there was no anger in his eyes. Instead, he became more and more delighted. Then, his gaze locked onto Luo Shui's mature figure and he said, "Not bad, not bad. You are indeed the woman that I chose." Honggu's words made Luo Shui's face turn cold again. It also made the elders of the southern region, like Luo Qingyi, look at the elders of the northern region, not far away. However, she couldn't say anything. Hence, she could only keep a cold face and remain silent. However, Honggu didn't seem to notice this. His gaze was still locked onto Yan Shutian and he continued to laugh. "Luo Shui, you will definitely become my woman." Disgusting. Luo Shui couldn't take it anymore. She roared angrily and moved her jade-like hands again. Majestic spiritual energy was once again mobilized, forming sharp icicles around her body. They shone with a cold light and shook people's minds. However, Honggu wasn't worried about this attack at all. He chuckled and raised his right arm slightly. Pale chi flowed out from his arm like water and swirled in front of his body like ripples. When the countless icicles rushed out, Honggu simply raised his pale shield and blocked the attack, which was powerful enough to destroy the third layer of a primal core cultivator's defense. Seeing her attack being blocked, how could the intelligent Luo Shui not know that her condition had been affected? However, even if she knew, she didn't know how to adjust. Looking at Honggu's gaze, which was like looking at a prey, made her extremely uncomfortable and unbearable. Since she couldn't bear it, Luo Shui naturally didn't force herself to endure it. She opened her red lips slightly and took a deep breath. At the same time, her beautiful eyes closed slightly. When her beautiful eyes opened again, there was a strange blue pattern that constantly gathered and entangled in her crystal-clear eyes. Finally, it gathered into a blue ice crystal sword. The ice crystal sword appeared in the sky and a bone-chilling aura immediately spread out. Although Luo Shui's spiritual pattern was also a sword, it was obviously different from Yan Shutian's spiritual pattern heavy sword. Whether it was in terms of aura or form, there was a big difference. Cold Sky spiritual pattern seal. Luo Shui's red lips slightly opened as she spat out words that were similarly cold. Immediately, the huge ice crystal sword fiercely slashed down towards Honggu with an astonishing aura. However, facing such a spiritual pattern attack, Honggu still didn't panic. After all, if it was a competition of spiritual patterns, how could he be afraid of anyone? Within his indifferent eyes, wisps of dense white runes continued to grow and rapidly gathered in the depths of his eyes, following which they transformed into a large bone ruler that appeared in the world. On every bone, there was a sinister and terrifying skeletal face. It seemed that the condensation of this spirit rune had consumed the lives of countless living beings. Blood Bone Ruler, Honggu spoke in a soft voice. The eerie white bone ruler was also raised high in the air as it smashed towards the ice crystal sword. Dong! The two collided with each other. Instantly, a turbulent and powerful aura swept out. The bone ruler was powerful, and the cold sword was also sharp. However, between the two, there was still a difference in strength. As the aura leaked out, the blood bone ruler actually pressed down on the ice crystal sword. In such a situation, Luo Shui's spiritual pattern was actually not a match for Honggu? Seal for me. Luo Shui seemed to be gritting her teeth as she shouted. Under this shout, the cold sword trembled slightly. Immediately, a dense cold air spread out, like silk threads that quickly wrapped around the bone ruler and sealed it in ice. Seeing this scene, many Southern Region disciples couldn't help but cry out in joy. From the looks of it, Luo Shui was obviously going to suppress Honggu. Didn't this mean that she had the possibility of defeating Honggu? However, before the Southern Region disciples could rejoice for a few breaths, the calm bone ruler suddenly shook. This seemingly light tremble actually shattered the ice crystal seal under the bone ruler and scattered all over the ground. The expressions of the Southern Region disciples changed drastically. In contrast, the Northern Region disciples, who were originally in an oppressive atmosphere, immediately let out overlapping cries of joy. And it was also from this moment onwards that the initiative seemed to be occupied by Honggu. Even if Luo Shui unleashed her second spiritual pattern, she was still suppressed by Honggu's spiritual pattern. However, if it was just suppression, it wouldn't be enough to determine the outcome. However, everyone knew that Honggu had condensed more than 2 spiritual patterns. Luo Shui, you've lost. Honggu laughed faintly as he looked down at Luo Shui. In the next instant, both of his eyes turned incomparably white. Within the white, there were actually black lines slowly appearing. The black lines spread out like ghosts and then condensed into a long black blade. The appearance of the long black blade was extremely ordinary, far inferior to Shui Hongyu's ghost scythe. However, for some reason, when this black blade appeared, it gave countless Northern and Southern Region disciples who were watching it a huge sense of oppression. It was as if this black blade was floating above their heads and could slash down at any time. However, the black saber was not complete. Only part of the saber's body and hilt remained. Even so, the appearance of this spiritual mark caused all the disciples to hold their breaths as they stared at it. Many elders also looked over with shock in their eyes.